What's up, game fans? It's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com. And I'd tell you all about the latest games, but I'm too busy fiending over the diabolical puzzles in Fez, out now for Xbox Live Arcade. Oh, sure, it's got a terrific retro soundtrack, and it might look like a charming little platformer, but once you dig past its perspective-shifting pleasantries, you'll uncover cryptographic puzzles that might make more sense coming out of a Cold War-era number station than an Xbox 360. It's got Indie Darling written all over it, and at $10, it's easily worth a look. For more from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey, I'm Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and here's the latest word from the world of video games.
Wake me when you need me.
Microsoft has slapped a release date onto Halo 4. Master Chief returns on Election Day, November 6th. Hopefully the game's midnight launch won't, prevent people from voting.
Many know the legend of Kratos, the mortal turned god who brought down the very walls of Olympus.
Sony has announced that Kratos will return in yet another prequel, God of War Ascension.
You must find Helios and return him to the sky.
Where has Atlas taken it?
Plot details are slim, but I'll go ahead and take a guess. Kratos is mad about something, and he wants to rip people in half until he feels better about himself?
Fight me!
Expect to see this one in early 2013. For more on these stories and everything else, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey, party people, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I've got the latest word from the world of video games.
Aside from the fact that I'm still alive, none of this surprises me.
You're probably not surprised to hear that Activision is prepping another Call of Duty game for release this November. It was confirmed last week with the announcement of Black Ops 2. It follows up the Cold War action from the 2010 original with a futuristic slant. Much of this game set in 2025.
Robots. Whole unmanned armies. And no one ever asks, what happens when the enemy steals the keys?
Multiplayer details are still slim, but expect to see unmanned drones as you explore new battlefields with a branching storyline that promises to deliver multiple endings. A first for the long-running franchise. For more from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hello from Los Angeles. It's GiantBomb.com's Jeff Gerstmann with the latest from the world of video games. If you're hearing this, it means I'm off on the show floor of the Electronic Entertainment Expo, better known as E3. This trade show started in 1995, and it's the place where game publishers and developers get together and reveal new games and hardware. Much of the excitement revolving around this year's show comes from Nintendo, which is set to display its next console, the Wii U. We're expecting to see a new Pikmin game, as well as Wii U versions of some of last year's stuff like Batman Arkham City.
This place is dangerous. I like it.
Though Microsoft and Sony are both working on new consoles of their own, they aren't expected to make their public debut until 2013. We're broadcasting live from E3 all week long over at GiantBomb.com, so head on over and check us out.
There's nothing wrong with you.
Nice of you to say, but you of all people should know there's plenty wrong with me.
Hey everybody, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Let's talk about last week and what I saw in LA at E3, the Electronic Entertainment Expo. As was the case, game makers revealed tons of new details about the games we'll be playing between now and 2013. One of my big standouts was called The Last of Us for PlayStation 3.
This is our routine. Day and night, all we do is survive. It never lets up.
The game's in the works at Naughty Dog, the developers of the Uncharted franchise. But instead of non-stop gunplay, The Last of Us centers on a man and girl team who must navigate a treacherous world using their wits and whatever blunt objects they can find.
He tells me how these streets were crowded with people just going about their lives. Must have been nice.
For more on E3 and everything else, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey there, I'm Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com. Let's talk about the latest news from the world of video games.
We gotta get out of here now.
Rockstar Games, the company behind Red Dead Redemption and Grand Theft Auto, are back this month with Max Payne 3. The company has taken over development from the original team at Remedy Entertainment, but many of Max Payne's signature moves return.
Hello.
Hello, Victor.
What happened, Max?
I don't know.
I was tricked. Just another day at the office, huh?
Fabiana Branca, where is she?
This time, it's a gritty ex-cop story with Max handling security for a wealthy family in Brazil. Things go wrong, obviously, and you'll be charged with making things right, which boils down to you gunning down tons of thugs and jumping around in slow motion.
I told you the city was dangerous.
It's out now on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. For more from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everybody, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Should Legos talk?
Oh, come on!
That's the question I'm left with after looking at Lego Batman 2, which is out this week.
Look at that face! It's like, what's he gonna say? What's going to come out of that mouth of his?
In the previous Lego games, the developers got by on silent film techniques that told you the story of Star Wars or Harry Potter through cute pantomimes. The games? Not a fan. But those storytelling sequences were kind of amazing. Lego Batman 2 flips the whole thing on its head by having the Lego versions of Batman, Superman, and a host of other DC superheroes talk.
We have to stop them. You think?
Apparently the kids that actually play the Lego games preferred it that way during a focus test. The animation is still really solid and stylistic, but it sort of loses something along the way. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everybody, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
This place is thick with the stench of ghouls.
It's been 12 years since Blizzard released Diablo 2, but that demonically long wait has been worth it. The company has finally shipped Diablo 3.
Don't come any closer.
It's not a dramatic departure from the dungeon-crawling, loot-gathering action that preceded it, but even casual fans will certainly appreciate the way the game's been streamlined. Heck, just being able to easily run it on a modern PC or Mac was enough for me.
The city's been overrun by the cultists. I barely escaped with my life.
I've already put 20 hours into it, and by the time we talk again, I'll probably have put in 20 more. So hold on my calls, okay?
I stand alone. If they keep coming, I will never stop killing.
For more on these stories and everything else, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Dubai's running out of time, gentlemen. Let's move.
I've been playing Spec Ops The Line from 2K this week. It suffered from a ton of delays, and for a while there, I wasn't actually sure that it was going to come out at all. So, after all this time, the question naturally becomes, was it worth the wait?
You didn't actually think we'd just let you walk in here, did you?
We've been set up.
Well, it's a pretty generic cover-based shooter saddled with a lot of standard military tropes. On top of that, the multiplayer's a real mess. But there's more to it than that. The story offers a few branching points that play off of morality and the duties of a soldier in some really interesting ways. The rest is sort of cribbed from the Joseph Conrad novella Heart of Darkness, which actually lends it some extra weight.
Welcome to Hell, Walker.
I can't wholeheartedly recommend Spec Ops. Other games nail this style of action way better. But it's definitely interesting. Let's call it a 3 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. What's up, everyone? It's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. I can't stop playing Sega's Phantasy Star Online 2. It's a free-to-play game that launched in Japan this month, so I'm playing it entirely in Japanese. I actually don't know any Japanese, but there's a helpful community of English-speaking players gathering and assisting each other with the translation effort. It's an action RPG, sort of like Diablo 3, but with more action and less RPG. So far, I've spent 40 hours making a robot beam down to planets and shoot evil animals and demons with an outer space assault rifle. I just wish it was in English so I could know what's going on. Sega's coming to my rescue, though. They've just announced that an English version of the game will be available in 2013. But I'm already 40 hours in on the Japanese version, so why stop now, right? If you need me, I'll be teaming up with like-minded individuals on Ship 2 for the foreseeable future. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. What's up, everyone? It's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. With the summertime effectively being a wasteland for new big-ticket releases, it's a perfect time to either catch up on old stuff or check out the smaller downloadable games that come out each week. Currently, I'm doing a bit of both with Tony Hawk's Pro Skater HD. It's a reimagining of the Tony Hawk games from the PlayStation 1 days, bringing those old levels back to life with high-definition graphics, new challenges, and online competition. The package is cool, and it justifies its $15 price tag, but I can't help but feel like the developers could have picked better levels to bring back to life. As I understand it, Tony Hawk himself requested that the downhill jam level from the first game be included, but that has to be one of the worst levels Neversoft ever put together. Either way, I'm still playing it. Check it out on Xbox Live Arcade. It's available now. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everybody, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. You know what? It's been slim pickings when it comes to finding good games that use Microsoft's motion sensing Kinect camera effectively. So it's kind of refreshing to see Racketeer, which was recently released on Xbox Live Arcade.
Yes!
It's an Angry Birds-like game where you manipulate an on-screen slingshot to launch rocks and other projectiles at castles. Some shots let you adjust your aim in the air, so if you have trouble lining up your shots, you can flail around to get it back on course. Special shots turn your rocks into missiles, bombs, spread shots, and more. And it's all wrapped in a nice leaderboard system that gives you something to shoot for beyond just the basic castle toppling. But heck, it's mostly just a nice surprise to be able to talk about a Kinect game without just harping on how broken it is. Racketeer, for the most part, just works. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. What's up, everyone? It's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. We're coming up on the release date for Nintendo's 3DS XL, the redesigned model of its recent handheld platform. Nintendo sent one over, and I've been spending a little time with it. The main selling point? Bigger screens, around 90% bigger to be exact. They look nice and make it easier to see the action, but I found the bigger screens drifted in and out of 3D more than its predecessor. Too often I found myself tilting the screen just enough to make some part of the screen go completely blurry. So my true selling point is longer battery life, giving you more time to play it on the plane, or just leave it in your bag where it silently swaps notes with other nearby units. I wouldn't recommend that existing users pay the cost to upgrade, but if you've been thinking about getting a 3DS at all, this is the one to get. The 3DS XL is due out August 19th. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hello and hi, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The slow summer is coming to an end, and big video games are back. One of the first out the door is THQ's Darksiders 2. It's an apocalyptic tale set in the middle of a conflict between angels and demons, and this time around, you play as Death.
He was there from the beginning. A power that exists at the end of all things.
Death is a faster, more nimble fighter than his brother War was in the last game, and the overall design extends well beyond the Zelda-style adventure Vigil Games developed back in 2010, complete with a loot system that lets you swap out weapons and armor to build the Death that's right for you. Now there's something I don't get to say every day.
He has many names. Kinslayer, Executioner.
With its cool combat and interesting puzzle design, Darksiders 2 kept me interested from start to finish. Let's call it a 4 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everybody, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Desperate fighting program amongst high school students.
The lives of high school kids might not sound like the most interesting setting for a fighting game, but then most high school kids can't fight like the cast of Persona 4 Arena, out now for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. It's a fighting follow-up to Persona 4, one of 2008's greatest games. Persona 4 Arena picks up where that game left off, but turns it into an action-packed Street Fighter-style fighting game. Fans of the original will love the chance to see what Chie, Yosuke, and the rest of the gang are up to, while fighter fans will probably skip the story and get right down to the business of throwing fireballs and fists at one another.
A new legend is about to start!
Come on down!
Let's settle this.
It's not for everyone, but if you fall into one of those two groups, it's definitely worth a look. It's a 4 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. I'm almost totally focused on the holiday season already, and it's all John Madden's fault. All right, let me back up. The summer is always a slow time for games. With kids out of school and bored to tears for 3 months, you'd think that publishers would release a ton of big stuff, but it isn't until the latest Madden game hits shelves that publishers start creeping out of their holes.
Shouldn't we call the authorities or something?
However, this year's Madden release is significant for another reason. It signals what's set to be the last pure holiday season for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. By this time next year, we'll be all wrapped up in new consoles from those guys. I'm dying to see what 2013's new hardware will bring, but as we enter 2012's frenetic fall season, there's going to be a lot of cool stuff to investigate. I can't wait to see it all. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
I give this game 4 thumbs up.
I give it 5. Not to be a one-upper, it's just that I have a really weird hand.
It's easy to stereotype all game fans as basement-dwelling, adrenaline-loving nerds doomed forever to a life of solitude. But video games are bigger than they've ever been, and their appeal just keeps widening with age. Need proof? Check out the Penny Arcade Expo, or PAX for short. This biannual convention brings together players from around the world in a celebration of video games and, well, a whole bunch of other slightly geeky activities. Toss in an entire area devoted to board games, musical acts, and the biannual Giant Bomb panel, and you've got a real hotbed of gaming action that just about anyone can get into, assuming you actually get passes, that is. The show quickly sold out its recent stop in Seattle, and you can expect to see the next one in Boston do the same next spring. It's definitely worth checking out. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com.
This game has not yet been rated.
Hey, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. When you play as many games as I do, your win-loss record is going to get pretty shaky. But that's perfectly acceptable when you're learning something with your losses. That's not happening in Tekken Tag Tournament 2, out now on consoles.
Winning Iron Fist means power and prestige for Tekken. Means we win.
The long-running fighting game's always been heavy on mid-air attacks to keep you helplessly writhing about in the sky while your opponent juggles you with fists and feet. The best, heck, even the intermediate Tekken players know more than enough tricks to keep you sky-high for most of the fight, leaving little room for error on your part. Me? I've always loved Tekken, but I'm definitely not error-free. If you can find some similarly skilled opponents, you'll probably love its look and its helpful tutorials. If not, well, hope you like bouncing off some guy's fists all day in the online mode. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Okay, I get it. You aren't equipped to play modern fighting games. The controls are too fiddly and the flashier, more effective moves require too much practice. You've got a life to lead, right? Well, if that's the case, Tecmo's Dead or Alive 5 might just be the fighting game for you. This girl-focused fighter is easy to pick up and play with combos of punches and kicks that come out by just sort of mashing the buttons. An easy counter system makes defending against those flurries simple too. But don't think I'm slamming the game as rudimentary. Once you're done mashing out the easy stuff, you'll find a rewarding fighting system underneath.
Are you one of the world's greatest fighters?
It also has a story mode that feels like it fell right out of a Japanese soap opera and breast physics that look downright creepy.
My name is Elena Douglas, and I have the pleasure of speaking to you today.
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
We got an epidemic on our hands, folks. Quarantine the area.
Resident Evil has endured over the last 15 years to become the go-to zombie franchise for console owners. Personally, I've always thought it was pretty hit and miss, but the series seems to be finding a new low here in 2012. First, there was the mess that was Operation Raccoon City, and now we've got Resident Evil 6.
There are no survivors. They're all dead.
Sure, it's pretty, but all the art in the world isn't gonna make you forget the messy gameplay. The shooting is profoundly unsatisfying, and the game is just full of little glitches that drove our crack zombie review team insane. It's a real shame, too, because after talking to some of the developers behind the game, I really thought they had some interesting ideas about how to freshen this aging franchise up a bit. But none of it pans out. My advice? Save your money. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's been nearly 20 years since the release of XCOM, one of the greatest and most brutal turn-based strategy games of all time. Considering how streamlined and simplified today's games are compared to the old stuff, you'd think that a new XCOM would be a dumbed-down, streamlined mess. But it is beautiful.
You have full command of XCOM headquarters.
Yeah, it's on consoles now, and you can play it with controller if you like, but today's XCOM still plays off the dual roles of managing your alien investigation operation in a macro sense, while also guiding small teams of armed soldiers on the ground against the alien threat. It's abducted all of my free time so far. Sorry, I can't believe I just said that.
Good luck, Commander.
Anyway, XCOM is out now. It's awesome. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Much like real life, video games that attempt to be all things to all people usually fall short, so I was skeptical about Forza Horizon, out this month on Xbox 360. It takes the hardcore reality of racing simulation from the Forza Motorsport series and drops it into an open world with the kind of activities you'd expect from an open world racing game.
It's a beautiful day here in sunny Colorado.
Sounds like the sort of thing that could ruin what people liked about the previous games, right? But it comes together in an exciting way that feels true to both styles while giving you a great alternative to the track-minded mentality of the other Forza games without going into full-on ramp madness like Need for Speed Most Wanted. Hard job, but these guys nailed it. It's super fun. You should check it out. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everybody, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. As we get closer to replacing our old consoles with new models, it's only natural that the existing hardware gets another price cut. But these changes can be temporary, since the manufacturers are always changing up their bundles and offering different combinations of games, cameras, and hard drives. So if you're trying to save a little money this holiday season, Microsoft and Nintendo are lining up some slightly more reasonable prices.
Shouldn't we call the authorities or something?
The Xbox 360 has some of its bundles set to drop from $300 to $249.99. One of those comes with that dodgy Kinect camera you've been hearing so much about, but there are a few different options to choose from if you do some digging. Meanwhile, the Wii is dropping to $130, but keep in mind that its replacement, the Wii U, is due out November 18th. Of course, this doesn't count any crazy Black Friday sales, so I'd expect to see even better deals as the season gets rolling. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. If you ask me what my favorite driving game from the past 5 years is, I'd tell you, Burnout Paradise. Criterion's racing game was good for hundreds of hours of fun because of its well-designed multiplayer modes. This year, they're back with Need for Speed Most Wanted, out now on Vita, Xbox 360, PS3, and PC. Most Wanted truly shines in its multiplayer mode, which switches from dirty racing to ridiculous car stunts. Sometimes you'll need to finish first, but sometimes you'll need to work together to hit that ramp just right and make your way onto the roof of a building. You can play it alone, but you'd really be missing out. The single player, kind of a letdown, but the rest is solid enough to land at a 4 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The latest project from Peter Molyneux, creator of Populous and Fable, is now available. It's called Curiosity, and it's got me hopelessly hooked up and mindlessly tapping my iPhone screen. Is this some sort of cruel joke? This is a gigantic cube. It's made up of billions of smaller cubes, and everyone is tapping on the cube at the same time to dig into it layer by layer and see what's underneath. But, and this is the catch, only one person will be allowed to know what lies at the cube's creamy center. It supposedly contains a life-changing secret, but then Molyneux has become known for making wild promises that often don't pan out. The worst part? I know all that already, and I still can't stop tapping on my stupid iPhone screen. Send help. The cube is very large. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com.
Confirm target guns hot.
Hey everybody, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Treyarch is back this week with Call of Duty Black Ops 2. This picks up from their previous Cold War hit, but drops you into a high-impact story about loss and revenge set against the CIA's darkest operations of the 80s, as well as the far-flung future of 2025.
Zombies. Groovy.
This year, the developers are letting you make the story your own by giving you major choices that impact the flow of the story. It's a big change for the series that works out surprisingly well. All that is backed up by the same sort of multiplayer you've come to expect from Call of Duty, now with weird futuristic toys, like a deployable heatwave generator that cooks any bad guys that walk into its path, or quadcopter drones that flit about and gun down the opposition. Good times. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com.
Rated M for mature.
Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Just in time for Black Friday, Nintendo has launched its latest console.
This is how you'll play next. Using the all-new Wii U gamepad controller to place a block and give everyone a boost.
The Wii U effectively merges the concepts from the company's handhelds and consoles by putting a fat touchscreen in the middle of the controller. This gives it the ability to play dual-screen games, sort of like the DS. Some games still support the Wii's wand-like motion controllers, and the graphics are a bit better, bumping the visuals up to the level of other currently available systems. That said, the console's suffering from a lack of interesting games. The pack-in, Nintendo Land, is a fun little group of mini-games that show new ways the controllers can be used, but there are also a pile of games that came out like a year ago on other systems, and they look better there. My advice? Wait for better games before picking one up. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. What happens when a game company's most beloved characters get together and duke it out? Well, Nintendo's been finding out for years with the popular Smash Bros. Series, but this month, Sony's getting into the act with PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale for PlayStation 3 and Vita. It's the same basic concept. Some of Sony's popular characters, like Uncharted's Nathan Drake and Parappa the Rapper, clash in this easy-to-pick-up 4-player fighter. It's sort of a shameless clone, but from a gameplay perspective, it makes a few interesting changes.
We got beaten by a burlap sack. It happened.
My real problem with it is the roster. Where's Crash Bandicoot and Lara Croft? These are the two characters that helped define the PlayStation generation. And why is BioShock's Big Daddy here? How does he qualify as a PlayStation All-Star? The PS3 version of BioShock was a year late and sort of broken, wasn't it? Smells like marketing money to me. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. So I'm crouched in the underbrush outside an outpost, eyeballing soldiers, and I'm all ready to start sniping, right? But just as I raise my gun, 3 dingoes rush in. Oh, wait, they're being chased by a bear. The soldiers start freaking out as the bear changes course and just starts mauling these guys. They take a few shots, but I mean, it's a bear. He's tearing through these pirates like wrapping paper. He can't find the last one, so I raise the scope, bang, and the outpost is mine. Of course, now I have to deal with this bear.
Welcome to the jungle. Sink your teeth in before it does.
Far Cry 3 has a story of its own, but it pales in comparison to the wild moments that unfold as you explore this island paradise gone horribly wrong. It's out now. Play it on the PC if you can. That is the best version. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here to take a look back at some of the year's best video games. Originally released back in February, Syndicate is a first-person reboot of a classic action strategy game. While the genre change was off-putting at first, the developers at Starbreeze crafted an exciting shooter with a cool cyberpunk style that makes for interesting gameplay.
Mission clock on.
At the core of the game is your hacking ability, letting you sabotage enemy weapons, hack open doors, or even use a little mind control to make enemy agents switch sides and start fighting your battles for you. In the multiplayer mode, you can team up with other humans to fight your way through a series of unique levels. Here, you can hack your teammates to keep them in fighting shape.
Only the strongest will survive in today's corporate landscape, hence the evolution of the deadly syndicate agent.
The best part is that since it's been out for a while now, you can grab a copy for about $10 or $20 at most retailers. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here to take a look back at some of the year's best video games. The team at Telltale Games has certainly found success in the past, but nothing is compared to the reaction for The Walking Dead, a 5-episode arc that's available on Xbox 360, PS3, PC, and iPad. This take on The Walking Dead originates from the comics, not the TV show, and it's arguably better than anything that's aired on AMC. It all starts with a convict named Lee and a little girl named Clementine who are on the run from zombies. Over 5 episodes, you'll have to make some of the most difficult choices that gaming has to offer. The lives of other characters rest in your hands, and the story splits and tweaks based on your decisions.
What should we do now?
Let's go. Stay close to me.
It can get a little clumsy around the edges, but for what it does with its story, The Walking Dead stands out as one of 2012's best. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here to take a look back at some of the year's best video games. Halo 4 was a high-stakes project from start to finish. The original developers from Bungie were moving on, leaving the popular series in the hands of a new team. Could that team even come close to the moments that made Halo so popular in the first place? Absolutely!
Seems like old times.
Ready to get back to work?
I thought you'd never ask.
It's not entirely successful, but Halo 4 is a fun ride that doesn't really break anything along the way. The story picks up with Master Chief right where we left him, drifting in a busted-up spaceship in cryostasis. He awakens to discover a new threat, a new world, and a handful of new enemies. It could have been a huge departure to kick off this new trilogy, but it quickly runs back into safer, more familiar territory. That left me disappointed, but for many, being able to get in and play more Halo multiplayer on new maps will be more than enough. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here to take a look back at some of the year's best games. No game divided us more this year than BioWare's Mass Effect 3, originally released back in March for PS3, PC, and Xbox 360. This was supposed to be the epic conclusion to the trilogy, the moment where years of storytelling culminated in something truly extraordinary. Instead, it led to a zillion internet arguments and the eventual reworking of the trilogy's final moments via a free update. That cast a huge shadow over the rest of Mass Effect 3. It's a franchise about making meaningful choices and watching that all play out. But if it ended this poorly, who cares about all those other choices, right? Well, behind all that still lies a well-planned game that wraps up some of Mass Effect's larger plotlines pretty well, even if the main story is sort of a bummer. Divisive? Absolutely. But if you played the previous 2 games, it's still something that you need to see. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. 2013 is upon us, and while there isn't much hitting shelves at the moment, we can at least take a look forward and start to piece together what's in store for us later this year.
Is the mobile gaming system too good? Is this portable controller for Android devices simply too efficient at making the user feel at home?
Oh, 2 points! Oh, yeah!
Expect the first half of the year to be laced with rumors about the next consoles from Microsoft and Sony, but they probably won't make their official debut until E3, the annual trade show that happens in June. So far, the rumors are scattered, focusing on things like whether or not you'll be able to play used games, if old games will work on the new machines, or if the updated Kinect camera will be any better than the one that's currently on the market. But all that talk should heat up pretty quickly as the year goes on. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Capcom's Devil May Cry franchise gets rebooted this week with a different set of developers at the helm. This one's coming out of Ninja Theory, the studio behind Enslaved and Heavenly Sword, who brings its trademark cinematic style to the Angels vs. Demons setting. This team has rewritten the fiction and characters from the ground up to present a younger, cruder, and brasher take on Dante, the lead character.
My name, by the way, is Dante. But you can call me Dante the Demon Killer. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
Many of the basic combat ideas for launching enemies in the air with a sword attack and keeping them up there with a few well-timed pistol shots are intact, but there's a vocal contingent of fans who seem to really dislike the new direction. Oh well, I mean, you can't please everybody, right? Our reviewer ended up really enjoying the over-the-top style and more approachable gameplay, giving it a 5 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's just getting harder and harder for some of these mid-tier publishers to make it these days. Atari has joined the game publisher THQ in the poorhouse by filing for Chapter 11. The latest incarnation of this longtime gaming powerhouse will attempt to get back on its feet by selling off the rights to some of its classic franchises, including Centipede, Asteroids, and yes, Pong. What the heck is someone going to do with the Pong license in 2013? I mean, other than greenlight an awful movie script.
Hey, it's the Big Master Control program everybody's been talking about.
Meanwhile, THQ has been on this path for a while now, and its plans to auction off properties like Saints Row and Company of Heroes are moving right along. Right now, we're caught up in the rumor phase, and it's hard to know who got what. Who's going to make WWE wrestling games next year? We're just going to have to wait and see. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's a simple, stark white world, presented with almost no instructions and no immediate goal. But Antichamber, available this week on the PC, very quickly unfolds into something special. As you roam the stylized world, it soon becomes clear that all is not as it seems. That hallway you just walked down? Try walking back and you might end up in a completely different part of the maze. Some doors might slam shut just because you looked at them. Others might not open until you've manipulated a series of cubes to prop the door open. Look, if I get too much more specific than that, I'll just be reading off solutions to Antichamber's puzzles. But if you like stylish, independent games like Fez, or the puzzle solving of Portal, it's a safe bet that you'll find Antichamber, that's Anti with an I, to be pretty special. Check it out on Steam. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Commanding Officer, Waystation Romeo.
Electronic Arts wraps up the Dead Space trilogy this week with Dead Space 3. It's still a creepy third-person shooter full of horrific monsters, but at this point you're spending time building rocket launchers and freeze guns to blast the Necromorph horde, and less time creeping around dark environments and scraping for whatever ammo you can find. It also makes for a pretty hokey story, but the real story here is the way EA has filled the game with microtransactions. Buying resources to let you craft better guns earlier sounds like something you'd find in a free phone game, not a $60 retail package. You don't need to buy that junk, of course, but it casts a dark shadow over Dead Space 3.
It's a very difficult thing, you know, undoing the damage man has done. Everything we touch, we contaminate, corrupt.
If you can get past all that, though, blowing things up is still reasonably fun. Our reviewer split the difference and gave it a 3 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everybody, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. I hate talking about an announcement of an announcement, but when we're talking about new console hardware, sometimes we have to take what we can get, right? Despite early indications that it would allow Microsoft to fire the first salvo in the coming console conflict, Sony has sent out invites to a February 20th event in New York City to see what they're calling the future. Well, it'd be pretty hilarious to build all this hype for a press conference focused on their floundering handheld. Everything we've heard so far makes it pretty clear that this will be the initial reveal of the PlayStation 4, which we're expecting to see on shelves this holiday season. Specs and rumored features are flying around the internet at high speeds these days. Heck, we don't even know what the name of the console is right now, just that their internal code name for the device is Orbis. We'll tell you more once we can confirm any further details. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. I just got a chance to see the next game from Bungie, the creators of Halo. It's called Destiny, and it's taking the company's console shooter roots into an all-new, online-only universe.
Legends say the Traveler sacrificed itself to save us.
Earth's population has been reduced to one city that exists beneath the Traveler, a huge sphere in the sky that arrives to save Earth's last bastion from a bevy of alien invaders. As a guardian of that last city, you're imbued with magical powers by the Traveler, letting you use conventional guns as well as special abilities to fight back. The online is said to be seamless, allowing other players to cruise into and out of your world without lobbies or connection screens. Bungie sure talks a good game, but I'm gonna have to see more of it in motion to know for sure. Destiny is currently scheduled to release on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, but expect to see it on the next generation platforms as well. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
The next step of human evolution begins now.
The PlayStation 4 will be released this holiday season. That's official, finally, as we're on the other side of Sony announcing its plans for next-generation console hardware. The internals will change to be more like a gaming PC, which should make it easier on game developers. The PS3, by comparison, was unusually tough, and Sony's designing the front end with the social internet in mind. Users will be able to live stream their gameplay straight from the system, and in some games, viewers may be able to help out by dropping items or other assistance in the game. That could be kind of cool.
You are not in control.
As for games, Sony's got a new Killzone in the works, along with a new Infamous, among others. Third-party games like Watch Dogs and Destiny are also in development for PS4. Expect more announcements in the coming months. For all the news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It should be a time to rejoice right now, with all of us shirking our real-world duties to play SimCity, out now on PC. Instead, it's been a week of anger out here on the internet as people struggle to get it working. The problem? Server infrastructure. That's a sexy topic, I know, but when you plop down $60 only to be met with an error that prevents you from even playing, it can be a little frustrating.
This is not my beautiful house.
I just want to get in there and play. But no, even solo players are subject to its always online design, which has some nice ideas, but not nice enough. Instead, the cities themselves feel too small, forcing mayors to play with others or run multiple cities to get all the resources they'll need to grow. The whole thing has turned what should have been a welcome return for a beloved franchise into an utter mess. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everybody, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. This month is marked by the return of Lara Croft, the plucky star of Tomb Raider. After tons of sequels, she's being rebooted for a new generation of players, giving you access to a more vulnerable, but still capable take on one of gaming's most recognizable characters. This time around, Lara is out with a team of archaeologists in search of a mythical island. One shipwreck later, you're thrust into a mysterious environment containing an occasional tomb to raid and a bunch of lunatics who seem to want to do Lara some serious harm.
Mayday! Mayday! This is Lara Croft of the Endurance. We are stranded.
For her part, young Croft takes back some of the inspiration that she lent to the Uncharted games by gunning down anyone that gets in her way. Toss in some forgettable multiplayer, and you've got a fun, survivalist-tinged take on Tomb Raider that provides a solid foundation for future adventures.
You can do it, Lara. After all, you're a Croft.
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The Gears of War series helped define the Xbox 360 while also popularizing cover-based shooters for the past several years. The fourth game, Gears of War Judgment, hits this week, but it doesn't hit as hard as I would have liked. Judgment is a side story set before the events of the first game that puts you and your squad on trial and lays events out via flashback. It's an effective mechanism that sets up the best new thing about the game. At the start of every section, you'll be able to declassify parts of the report, and these turn into gameplay challenges, like finishing a section within a certain time limit, or only using shotguns, or starting with no ammo, and so on.
Grab weapons if you need them, and head through the door, Kilo.
Being forced into these different combat scenarios gets you out of your Gears comfort zone, and it forces you to try fresh tactics. It's smart. Unfortunately, the multiplayer is pretty slim, so it's hard to recommend at full price. Wait for a sale. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everybody, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It has been a crazy couple of weeks for us over at Giant Bomb, as we're right in the middle of Boston's Penny Arcade Expo and San Francisco's Game Developers Conference, which are happening back-to-back this year. PAX is a great show that's open to the public, but it's getting some game reveals of its own. Deep Silver's Saints Row 4 is making an appearance, as is Transistor, the new game from the developers of Bastion, Supergiant Games.
Brace yourselves for incoming media frenzy.
Meanwhile, GDC is packed full of tech talks that are more suited for proper game developers, but I can't help but sit in and eavesdrop when I get the time. I'm not over here thinking about getting into game development, but the insight into how difficult it is to make games really does go a long way. We'll have cameras at both events, so check out GiantBomb.com for interviews, our own PAX panel, and much, much more. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com.
Can't wait for more info on this game.
Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Bring us the girl and wipe away the debt.
BioShock Infinite is now available for the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC, and it's one of those astounding achievements in interactive entertainment that'll have people talking for some time. Don't let the BioShock name fool you. This isn't another trip to the underwater city of Rapture. Infinite flips things around, instead setting the action in a flying city called Columbia. You play as Booker DeWitt, a down-on-his-luck problem solver who sets out to find a girl named Elizabeth, who's locked up somewhere in the floating metropolis. Oh, by the way, she has a set of wild powers over space and time that immediately turn Infinite from a weird trip into something much, much more mind-bending.
Booker, are you afraid of God?
No, but I'm afraid of you.
It's a story worth seeing, worth discussing, and perhaps even worth seeing again. It's an easy 5 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Television and games collide this week with Defiance, an action shooter that crosses the player count of PlanetSide with the action of a low-rent Gears of War. It's launching just before the show of the same name is set to air on the Sci-Fi Network. This big transmedia bundle has potential, but it misses the mark in several key areas. The weapons feel weak, but the shooting itself is nicely handled, resulting in a game that doesn't feel sluggish in a way that online games often do. For a game based on a TV show, you'd think the writing would be better, but the missions are rife with hokey dialogue and the line delivery is usually lame.
Oh, it is you. Rosa, Shandu's Arc Hunter is here. You're Carl von Bach?
I always thought you'd be, I don't know, cooler.
Well, I thought you'd be cleaner, so I guess we're both disappointed.
That's the frustrating part. There's a solid core to Defiance, but everything else around it just falls flat. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
It's payback time.
The developers of Mortal Kombat have been cranking out fine fighting games for over 20 years now. This week, they turn their attention away from decapitations and get back into comics with Injustice: Gods Among Us, a DC Comics fighting game where Batman, Superman, the Joker, Lex Luthor, and more all collide on Xbox 360, PS3, and Wii U. Fighting might look like Mortal Kombat from a distance, but it utilizes a lot of different systems, eliminating a block button, allowing for character-specific powers at the touch of a button, and so on. At times, the movement feels a little stiff, but overall, it's a good time. The game is backed up by a corny, but still impressively told story, and a host of top-notch online features. MK fans may miss their Scorpions and their Sub-Zeros, but Injustice stands on its own. It's a 4 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
My name's Perna, and I'm going to tell you about the worst bloody holiday ever.
Dead Island came out of nowhere in 2011 with an unveiling that got people talking and a final product that started strong and introduced some cool combat ideas to make zombie bashing entertaining in a new way. But by the end of the game, those new ideas started to wear out their welcome, making the concept of a sequel appealing only if the developers address that core problem.
Look, I understand how you feel, but we don't have much time here.
Dead Island Riptide hit stores this week, and, well, it doesn't make too many meaningful changes. The same well-liked combat is there, but considering the way the first game went down, another 15 hours of the bad stuff doesn't sound like a great deal, even if Riptide is available for $50 instead of the usual $60. Giant Bomb's Brad Shoemaker calls it a slog that I wanted to be done with, and scores it a 2 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com.
Welcome to the future. The year is 2007.
Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Far Cry 3 was one of last year's best games, and this week Ubisoft is releasing a standalone adventure that takes the concepts of that existing game and sets them in an 80s action movie nightmare. The game is Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, and it's out now for PS3, PC, and Xbox 360. Blood Dragon has a lot of the same open-world action and outpost takeovers from the full game, but instead of idyllic island settings, you're a Mark IV cyber commando, taking on rogue cyber soldiers and stealing their cyber hearts. Because you can use those, of course, to confuse the huge blood dragons that wander the island, right? Its hyper 80s soundtrack and ridiculous cyber style sets it apart from the main game, and while it isn't always as funny as it could be, it's still a great time for $15. 4 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It won't hit the Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3 until September, but I got the chance to check out Grand Theft Auto 5 last week with a demo that shed a lot of light on how exactly you'll play as 3 different guys over the course of the game. Each character, that's Michael the career criminal, Franklin the up-and-comer, and Trevor the wild card, in case you haven't been keeping track, will have his own set of missions, and you can swap between them at will.
Back in town, baby! Yeah!
These missions build up into a heist where all 3 characters work together on a larger score. There'll be around 5 or 6 heists in the full game. On a heist, you can swap between the characters mid-mission, letting you fire rocket launchers as Trevor, then switch down to Michael before the rocket has even blown up a police car. It's looking pretty cool.
Jesus, your therapist has a lot to answer for.
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everybody, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The new Xbox is coming. Microsoft has confirmed a May 21st reveal date for its next-generation console, currently codenamed Durango. I'll be heading up to Redmond to see the event for myself, but tune into GiantBomb.com on the morning of the 21st to see the event for yourself. What's going to be there? Early speculation states that Microsoft will focus primarily on the hardware and system features end of the new box, which is expected to have an HDMI in port that lets you filter your cable or satellite TV viewing through an Xbox-style TV app. Also, Activision's next Call of Duty game, Ghosts, will be shown in some capacity. This is all just clearing a path for a more game-focused showcase prior to E3 in June. Expect Sony to be ready to respond hot and hard with more PlayStation 4 details as well.
When do we start?
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. If you've been following games for any real length of time, then you probably already know that movie and TV licensed video games are usually horrible. The worst of the worst! It's like game makers spend all their money on getting the movie license and then don't leave anything behind to spend on making the game. Actually, it's not like that, it is that. But I digress. I'm an idiot. Why? Well, even though I know it's probably terrible, I'm really curious to see what Fast and Furious Showdown is. It's out this week on 360, PS3, Wii U, and 3DS. It's probably terrible, but I'm so amped for Fast and Furious 6 that I'll probably grab a copy anyway. They couldn't afford Paul Walker, let alone Vin Diesel or The Rock, but, well, I guess I'm just a sucker for driving games too. So, if you need me, I'll be over here, setting myself up for disappointment yet again. Damn. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The veil is up. And Microsoft has finally delivered some key details about its next console. It'll be out this year, and it'll be called the Xbox One, even though it's technically the Xbox 3. Most of the details relate to how you'll be able to plug your cable box right into the console and use it as a voice-activated pass-through. So you can say, Xbox, watch football, or whatever it is you're into.
Man, as the dominant species of life on Earth, would be extinct within a year.
On the game side, we'll have to wait a few weeks to hear more, but the console has a lightly redesigned controller that felt pretty good, and an updated Kinect camera, which is now included and required to make the console operate, and it'll supposedly work better for tall people. Sounds like you'll also have to connect to the internet at least once a day in order to keep playing your games, too? Xbox! I'm skeptical. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's time for video games to come clean. What's coming out this fall? Is it just another pack of military shooters? Are they any good? Can I eat a convention center sandwich without sending it right back up? We'll find out the answers to these questions and more this week at the Electronic Entertainment Expo. New hardware from Microsoft and Sony will take center stage, but we'll also play some PlayStation 4 and Xbox One games this week. But rumors drive the most interest here. Will Capcom show up with Dead Rising 3? Does The Last Guardian still exist? Is there really a team slaving away on a new Killer Instinct? Some of these E3 mysteries will get solved in Los Angeles. We're there on the scene with late-night live shows where we get creators together and talk about what's really going on in video games. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everybody, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. When you hear the word Fantasia, what do you think of? If you said Bruno Mars, then you're in luck. Harmonix, the creators of Dance Central, are teaming up with Disney to release a rhythm game for the Xbox One and Xbox 360 called Fantasia Music Evolved. The concept is that they're picking up where Walt Disney left off by producing an interactive music experience that brings modern music into the mix while staying true to the trippy visuals of the original. The claim is that this was Walt's vision all along. That might sound crazy, but I guess Walt Disney always sounded like kind of a weirdo to me, so maybe that makes some sense. But will there be mops? We just don't know yet. I did play a bit of it a few weeks ago, and it does seem like a cool idea with some interesting remix abilities and a visual style that really stands out. So look for it in 2014. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. When Jason West and Vince Zampella were tossed out of Activision back in 2010, everyone knew they'd eventually hit back with a new studio and a new project. West eventually left the fold, but that doesn't seem to have slowed things down, as the studio they quickly founded, Respawn Entertainment, unveiled its first game this month. It's a multiplayer shooter called Titanfall.
Jumping in 3, 2, 1, mark.
It's 60 frames per second. That's smooth in the way you'd expect a game from some of the team behind Call of Duty to be. And it creates an exciting split between pilots that can double jump and wall run and giant mech suits that are more resilient and devastating. It may have just been a game of control point multiplayer, but with all the mechs and dudes and jumping and everything, it stands out quite a bit. Look for it on Xbox One, 360, and PC next year. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Remember back to a few weeks ago when Microsoft laid out its plans for the Xbox One, where used games were all but outlawed, and if you got too far away from the internet, your games would stop working? Well, forget all that. The console maker backed down last week in favor of an offline gaming solution that closely mirrors Sony's PlayStation 4 plans. Used games and rentals are safe, which probably has the bean counters at GameStop and GameFly dancing around and doing that lame thing where they take their tie and tie it around their head like they were some kind of office Rambo or something. Gross. But it's a victory for consumers, too, who will now have the choice to buy discs or go digital and stop filling up shelves with more junk. It also makes the competition between Xbox and PlayStation tighter. And when those guys are fighting for our attention, it usually results in good things. Let's hope anyway. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everybody, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. We're reaching that point in the year when all I can think about are the games coming out this fall. That's doubly dangerous this year since we'll be buying new consoles too. I'm already pre-ordered up on the hardware, but it's the games that really matter, right? To that end, the game I'm spending a lot of time thinking about is Watch Dogs, a modern era action adventure that has that whole rip from the headlines thing going on.
You're not anonymous. I've seen your kind before.
It's got a Grand Theft Auto-like style at first glance, but Watch Dogs is an open world with a technological twist, as you can hack the world around you by breaking into ATMs, cameras, stoplights, and so on. The story's a bit hazy at this point, but you'll use those hacks as some sort of vigilante named Aiden Pierce. Watch Dogs also ties its multiplayer and the single player together in the same world, which is the big trend for games this fall. Look for it this November. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Okay, I know that most of the news lately has been about these big consoles coming out this fall, but don't take that to mean it's a complete wasteland out there. I've been playing Rogue Legacy, available now for the PC, and it's terrific. It's a side-scrolling slasher with a Metroid-style map, and you have to penetrate this castle full of ghosts, fire horses, and giant eyeballs in your quest to beat 4 bosses and take on a final boss. But you only live once. Die in the castle, and it's up to your offspring to take up the task, and your offspring might have game-changing traits like colorblindness, gigantism, and tunnel vision. Also, the castle layout itself randomizes with each generation, presenting you with a new challenge each time. It's got great music, a solid retro style, and it's like $12. Check out a free demo at RogueLegacy.com. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Sometimes you just need a game that'll help you relax and take your mind off the real world. For that, I've been turning to Animal Crossing New Leaf, available now on the 3DS. This handheld world of animals and their problems makes for a great distraction. It's more or less a game about nothing, where the world is what you make of it. There are full sets of fossils, fish, bugs, and paintings to seek out and collect. Or maybe you're just into expanding and decorating your home with the hundreds of items and pieces of furniture you can collect. Or maybe you just want to kick back with the townsfolk and chat for a while. You know, it's not that different from the previous Animal Crossing games, but New Leaf is a great bit of relaxation gaming that keeps me checking in on my little town every single day. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Originally released back in March, BioShock Infinite still stands out as one of the year's biggest games. And it's getting slightly bigger this week with the release of one add-on and the announcement of 2 more. First up is a combat-focused piece called Clash in the Clouds, which has players battling in a set of arenas based on environments from the main campaign. They've got some challenges and some unlockable concept art and stuff, but I didn't exactly come away from BioShock Infinite seeking more combat, right? So the notion of a fight-focused add-on doesn't sound super appealing. But sign me up for Burial at Sea. That's the 2-part add-on that sees Booker and Elizabeth in Rapture, the underwater city that debuted in the original BioShock. Weird, right? This time you'll see Rapture before its fall, and it looks like it has a bit of a noir style that sounds really cool.
Even in a utopia, someone needs to clean up the mess.
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's 2013, and we're deep into the age where the games some of us played as kids can come back around again as remakes, reboots, and rehashes. Some companies have built institutions around the notion of reselling you the same basic ideas again and again, but sometimes we get a genuine throwback as well. This week, I've been playing Rise of the Triad for the PC.
Please! No, don't shoot!
The old Rise was an also-ran first-person shooter that hit in 1994. It wasn't as cool as Doom or as defining as Wolfenstein 3D, but it was weird, with jump pads, ridiculous weapons, and of course, ludicrous jibs that flew everywhere when you blew up an enemy. This new game, well, it's a modern version of that. In some ways, that old design doesn't polish up particularly well, but shooters are rarely this crazy, and they're never this fast. It's weird, but it's also kinda cool. Give it a look if you have some extra time. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. As far as I'm concerned, the greatest game of 2011 is Saints Row the Third. The series started as a shameless Grand Theft Auto knockoff, but it came into its own with a great sense of humor and ridiculous missions that made taking over fun. But what if you had to do it all over again? And what if there was an alien invasion? And what if you were the president? Saints Row 4 answers these hard-hitting questions.
I should have realized a prison of peace would never hold a sociopath like yourself.
I'm more of a puckish rogue.
The best way to fight aliens, as it turns out, is with superpowers? This time you can leap over buildings, glide through the air, run faster than cars, and shoot fireballs out of your fists. It's like they took Saints Row 3 and modded it for maximum weirdness, complete with a new script that offers plenty of great jokes. It's like they sat down and said, let's make lewd Crackdown. And it's like out soon on console and PC, but play it on PC. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The road to new consoles trucks on, and this week the battleground is Germany. The game business is over there for the annual trade show known as Gamescom, and with it come a handful of new announcements. Hot on the heels of confirming that you don't actually need to have a Kinect camera hooked up to use an Xbox One, even though they'll still sell you one inside every box.
Really?
Microsoft has finally said they'll let small developers self-publish their games on the platform.
What?
That'll lead to an easier path to market for those smaller games. Sony's really been cleaning up with announcements for great smaller games like Rogue Legacy and Hotline Miami 2. Sony held a press conference and announced a new Shadow of the Beast for PS4, but the real news is that the PlayStation 4 is coming to North America on November 15th. And now we know. Exciting times, people. I'll see you next week. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Sam Fisher returns to the shadows this week in Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Blacklist, now available on PS3, PC, and Xbox 360. Can the stealth agent survive a new voice actor while saving America from the bad guys? Yeah, probably. This time out, Fisher and his team go up against the Engineers, a terror organization that wants America to bring all of its troops home, and it isn't afraid to carry out attacks on American interests to let you know it means business.
Sam, we lost the signal. All we know is that the next attack is coming.
With the next set of attacks looming, you'll globetrot from level to level as you snap necks, turn out the lights, and hide bodies. Or just go in guns blazing and hope for the best. This game seems to support different play styles for those of you who are tired of staying quiet. The popular Spies vs. Mercs multiplayer mode also returns in Blacklist, and from what I've played so far, it seems pretty cool. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The battle lines are drawn, and the new console release dates are rapidly approaching. Hot on the heels of Sony's PlayStation 4 release date announcement, Microsoft has confirmed that the Xbox One will launch on November 22nd. That puts it behind the PS4's 11/15 US date, but ahead of Sony's November 29th launch plans in Europe. Microsoft's pile of Xbox One launch games will include games like Forza Motorsport 5, Killer Instinct, Loco Cycle, Dead Rising 3, and cross-platform stuff like Watch Dogs, Need for Speed Rivals, Battlefield 4, and Assassin's Creed 4. So what differentiates these two consoles anyway? About $100 for starters. The Xbox One will weigh in at $499, while the PS4 will launch at $399. Developers are also reporting that the PlayStation 4 is a slightly more powerful machine, but we'll have to wait and see what the final games look like to know how that'll manifest. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Man, Sony is just getting weird. The latest attempt to get people interested in its fledgling handheld platform is to remove the handheld part entirely. Enter the PlayStation Vita TV. This tiny box plays Vita games, wait for it, on your TV. Mind-blowing, right? Actually, you know, as someone who commutes behind the wheel, I don't have the typical dead spots in my day that make for great handheld gaming times. So the idea of not having to hunch over a Vita for hours just to play the handful of games that exist there sounds great. It won't have 100% compatibility with the full Vita library, but given that the Vita has a touch screen and other stuff in it that your standard PS4 controller won't have, that makes sense. It's only announced for Japan so far, but at a price of around $100, I might just import one when they hit in mid-November. My guess is that it'll hit the States in 2014. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Grand Theft Auto 5 hits store shelves this week for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, and it packs another lengthy criminal narrative. This time out, you'll play as 3 different crooks. Michael's the retired robber who's anxious to get back in the game after he meets Franklin, an up-and-comer that's trying to get out of small-time gang crime and into something bigger. That unlikely pairing eventually attracts the attention of Trevor, Michael's old partner in crime, and he quickly comes sniffing around in search of a score, and he finds it.
Get out of the way or suffer the consequence!
The big deal in GTA 5 is a series of heist missions that give you more control over the action. You want to run in guns blazing and just take down some cowboy scores? That's an option. But I took the sneaky approach, which offers up some great tense moments. The only problem with the heists is that there aren't more of them. It's an exciting story set in a really interesting world, and you should definitely check it out. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Valve, the purveyors of the Steam service for PC, and games like Portal and Half-Life are stepping up their campaign to put their store in your living room this week with the announcement of SteamOS, a gaming-friendly operating system designed for use on dedicated PC hardware. It's a Linux-based setup, so it won't directly run the PC games you're running in Windows today, but it'll be built to stream those games from your Windows machine out to your living room TV. The company also stated that game developers are working to support Valve's OS directly, giving it a library of its own, too. The company still has more to announce as of this recording, and we're expecting the company to follow up the OS with the announcement of some actual hardware that's built to run this stuff, like an Apple TV or a Roku box, but for video games. We'll see how it goes. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. So, are you finished with Grand Theft Auto 5 yet? Well, if you're trying to get out, Rockstar is trying its hardest to pull you back in with the launch of GTA Online, the multiplayer component of GTA 5. It's now available as a free update to the game. It'll allow 16 players to be in the same world at a time, and the company's talking up all kinds of modes and creation options to let you make your own challenges. You'll progress through a different take on Los Santos, set a few months before the beginning of GTA 5's story, and you'll earn access to additional weapons and vehicles as you play. There's just one catch. As of this recording, none of it actually works.
At the end of the day, it's a game.
Don't you think there's more to it than that?
Don't get too bent out of shape, though. These sorts of online games usually launch in a broken state. Rockstar's aware of the issues, and with any luck, it'll all work by the time you hear this. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. As the new consoles get closer and closer, the tenor of the online arguments gets weirder and weirder. People are out there trying to debate the merits of the Xbox One versus the PlayStation 4 without actually having the machines in front of them. But hey, the internet is fueled by half-cocked arguments like these, right? The arguing is starting to make these consoles seem pretty similar, though. Sure, each console is going to have its exclusive games, and there's a price difference, but aren't we really just bickering about which console we're going to use to play Watch Dogs and Need for Speed Rivals?
Unit 4 and 5 down! Undercover 6, where the hell are you?
And what about the PC? I mean, the PC is getting most of these games too, and if you're willing to spend the money, it's going to be way more powerful than either console. Either way, let's stop arguing until the machines are actually out, okay? We'll have plenty of time to be uncivil to each other in the years to come.
And you won't be alone.
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The fall lineup of new game releases got a little less hectic this week as Ubisoft has delayed a pair of games into next year. The Crew, which is a team-based driving game, might not be a huge deal. Between Drive Club, Forza, and Need for Speed, there's already plenty of driving in store for Xbox One and PlayStation 4 owners. That's not to say The Crew looked bad, but, well, you know. The bigger news is that the company's hacking-focused near-future action-adventure game, Watch Dogs, has also been delayed.
911, what's your emergency?
I've been really looking forward to Watch Dogs, which lets you hack everything from ATMs to traffic lights as you struggle to, like, hack the planet or something. It looked like it could be a fantastic new franchise, something that these new consoles could really use. Without Watch Dogs in place, the day one lineups for both consoles look a little weaker, and it'll be interesting to see how this impacts player excitement next month. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. This week marks the 25th anniversary of the Sega Mega Drive, the 16-bit console known here as the Genesis. It made Sega a huge player in the home market as they took on Nintendo's NES at the start of its life, only to find itself fighting off the Super Nintendo upon its release in 1990. The Genesis was all over the place with a catalog of games that could appeal to just about anyone, whether you wanted the best football games, great platformers, or outstanding shooters. That's back when shooter meant stuff like Thunder Force, by the way, not Call of Duty. And who could forget Sonic the Hedgehog? Alright, fine, a lot of us would like to forget Sonic now, but his Genesis happened on the Genesis. And back then, that guy was pretty rad. So join me in saluting one of the greatest consoles of all time, won't you? Sega did what Nintendo didn't, and shot some edge and attitude into the safe confines of console gaming. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Sega. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's November, so that must mean it's time for Call of Duty. Activision's super popular shooter franchise is back this week with Call of Duty Ghosts, which is available for, alright, deep breath,
Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, PC, Wii U, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One.
Traditionally, I've had a pretty good time with Call of Duty games, but this year's edition falls a little flat, with a corny storyline that pairs family drama alongside an attempted invasion of the US, and multiplayer options that leave out a couple of the previous game's best modes, while adding new features and balancing tweaks that don't always improve the experience. While there are probably some great behind-the-scenes stories about the horrors of developing 6 different versions of a game at once, the end product is still a step back for the franchise.
You never expect something you trust to turn against you.
Read my full review to find out why I gave it a 3 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. So I've been spending some time with Sony's PlayStation 4, which hits shelves this week. It's an exciting piece of technology, but so far, the games haven't been blowing my mind. Killzone Shadowfall is probably the biggest exclusive game for the platform, but it's a standard first-person shooter with some wide-open areas. And a lot of those areas are just kind of empty.
You have no idea how sickening this is to us.
The stealth options are a little underwhelming too, and the combat itself feels very stock. The multiplayer brings back the multi-mode Warzone concept from past games, and you're given flexibility in how you play, letting you restrict matches to specific weapons, maps, modes, and so on. The competitive side runs at a higher frame rate than the single player, and it looks nice for the most part. If you're desperate for a game that can only be found on the PlayStation 4, Killzone is okay, but shooter fans might be better off with Battlefield 4. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Hot on the heels of the PlayStation 4 is Microsoft's new console, the Xbox One. It's debuting with a pile of games, most of which have already appeared on PlayStation. Let's talk about what separates the two. Hey, how about $100? The Xbox is $499 and includes the Kinect camera, a complicated sensor that enables you to launch games, movies, and even the console itself with just the power of your voice. This seemed like a dumb idea because I'm actually pretty good with a controller, believe it or not. But once I got home and set it up, it's pretty rad. Voice control isn't perfect, but it's just Star Trek enough to be cool. It's got games too. For me, the standout exclusives are Killer Instinct and Dead Rising 3. The rest, they fall a little flat in one way or another. Is it a better buy than the cheaper, more powerful PS4? Probably not for games. But if you're interested in entertainment variety, the Xbox packs in a ton of features. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. As someone who spent a lot of time playing fighting games in dingy, dangerous arcades through the 90s, I never would have expected to be excited about a new Killer Instinct game. Back then, the KI franchise was kind of a joke with a dopey combo system that focused more on raw memorization than actual skill. But here I am. It's 2013, there's a new Killer Instinct for Xbox One, and it's great. I'm as surprised as anyone. This reboot keeps the over-the-top announcer and crazy combos, but makes getting out of those combos more interesting, creating mind games between players and making for a more modern-feeling fighter. It might only have 6 characters right now, but they're handling this League of Legends style. You can get it for free, or buy the characters that you like, or just go in and buy it all for $40. If you've ever cared about Street Fighter, KI is worth a look. I give it a 4 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com.
Ultra Combo!
Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The Assassin's Creed series has gone a little cold over the past couple of years, and I was starting to write it off as a lost cause. But I'm glad I stuck around for this year's game, because Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag is really making up for past sins. It's a streamlined experience that gets down to business with fun missions, a personable lead character, and the high-seas pirate adventure that the last game probably should have been to begin with. After some early time in Havana, you get your own boat and you're set loose into a large world full of cities, giving you the standard Assassin's experience, and tiny islands where you can hunt animals and find all sorts of little hidden stuff. And it's all backed up by the flashy fighting and weird sci-fi trappings you've come to expect. After this, I'm actually ready for more from the Assassin's series, which isn't something I thought I'd ever say again.
There's a tug of the wind at my hair. I find a bracing comfort in the feel and smell of the ocean, the raw stink of possibility.
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Once we get past Thanksgiving, the new releases really dry up. But there are always 2 or 3 games that slip into this cold December period, and sometimes they're actually pretty good. One of this year's December games is Peggle 2. The original Peggle appeared on a billion platforms, and this one probably will too. But for now, Peggle 2 is only available on the Xbox One. If you haven't played it, Peggle is like a less sleazy and more colorful version of Pachinko, where you shoot balls into a field of pegs and attempt to hit all the orange ones before you run out of balls.
Your balls are filthy. Go to the ball washer, now.
The sequel doesn't deviate from the previous versions too much, but it does add some new special abilities, and hey, it's more Peggle for $12. You could do a lot worse than spending $12 for some more Peggle, am I right? Of course I'm right. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com.
Everything's better with Peggle.
Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's been out since October, but we're finally getting to a point where I can think about recommending Battlefield 4. The long-running shooter franchise has a history of bumpy launches, but this year's game takes the cake with a series of hard crashes, problems with properly calculating bullet damage, and all sorts of other issues both big and small. The catch? I'm still somehow having a good time with it.
Tombstone Actual, what's your 20?
Tombstone Actual, inbound from the north. Coming in high, requesting cover fire.
The Battlefield series is known for its larger scale conflicts, but those high player counts were traditionally limited to the PC. The power of the new consoles has closed that gap, so everyone can experience 64-player chaos as it was originally intended. It's got big explosions, big maps, and yeah, it still has a lot of big issues. As they continue to fix its embarrassing glitches, it'll eventually become a great shooter. Maybe wait for a sale. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The company might be letting down Marvel vs. Capcom fans by yanking those games off of digital stores, but Capcom is really sticking with Street Fighter 4. The company announced some further detail on Ultra Street Fighter 4, its latest add-on for the 2009 release. Capcom is tweaking the balance yet again on the competitive fighting game while adding a new online training mode and a 3-on-3 online battle mode that sounds like a cool addition. 6 new stages will vary up the visuals, and a batch of new characters will enter the battle. So far, we know that Elena, Hugo, Poison, and Relento will be added to the cast, but there's one all-new female fighter coming too. Details have yet to be announced on that. Owners of previous installments in the Street Fighter 4 line can upgrade to Ultra for $15 when it's released in early 2014, or you can just grab the whole thing for $40. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. With 2013 coming to a close, it's time to start looking into the future of video games. What can we expect to see? Well, let's take a couple of educated stabs at 2014's lineup. A good chunk of information about a new Fallout game is leaked out, substantiating some stuff I had heard about the game being set in Boston and having to do with some sort of AI-focused conflict. Fallout 4 almost has to be a holiday 2014 release. Mortal Kombat, however, seems a bit murky for 2014. The team is typically on a 2-year cycle, and they shipped Injustice in 2013. So Mortal Kombat 10 might have to wait until 2015. But man, the last MK was out in 2011. Man. You know, I can't make a call on this one just yet, but I really hope they do something this year.
How do we win
Exactly.
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
You might want to think about what you're doing here.
One of the most exciting new developments in gaming last year came from Oculus, developers of the Oculus Rift. It's a virtual reality setup with goggles that let you view images in 3D and head tracking to let you look around virtual worlds. It started as a Kickstarter that led to a limited but amazing dev kit. This week at the Consumer Electronics Show, there's a new prototype that makes it look a little closer to a proper release. It's higher resolution, and now it does positional tracking. So if you stand up, a camera pointed at you will notice and act accordingly. Of course, this is a little pointless without more games that support it, but after spending some time with the dev kit last year, it definitely feels like the real deal. If they're improving upon that experience, then this thing might be awesome. Of course, they still haven't announced a proper release date or a price for this thing. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Is this how you want to spend the rest of your life?
There's an alternative trend rising out of the independent development scene that's somehow managing to make local multiplayer games fun and exciting all over again.
Cool.
The key seems to be competitive games with simple controls, a few smart layers of strategy, and a retro style. That makes games like Towerfall Ascension, Samurai Gun, Nidhogg, and Bari Ball easy for non-players to understand and play, which is sort of the key to making a good competitive party game. Nidhogg, a two-player fencing game with simple controls and satisfyingly stab-filled action, is my current favorite, but Bari Ball will hit later this year as a part of Sports Friends, a package of cool little competitive games for PS3 and computers. If you're looking for ways to trick people who don't play games into, playing games, this sort of local competition is a great place to start. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The classic point-and-click adventure genre lives on via a lot of small European developers and Telltale, the California-based crew behind games like The Walking Dead and The Wolf Among Us. But another one of the all-time greats is getting back into the act this week as Broken Age, a kickstarted adventure from Tim Schafer and Double Fine, makes its way onto Steam.
My name is Shay, and this is my life on the incubator vessel Bassa Nostra.
Broken Age is a brief but beautiful first act that puts players in charge of two characters who start out in completely opposite worlds, and they slowly come together as they solve a variety of puzzles. It's a charming, lighthearted tale that you can play through at your own pace, letting you really take in its amazing art style and voice acting from the likes of Jack Black, Elijah Wood, Will Wheaton, and more. The first act of the game is now available, and the second concluding portion of the game will be released as a free update later this year. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com.
When you tire of child's play, come see me.
Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Epic Games and Microsoft have reached a deal that transfers ownership of the Gears of War franchise directly to Microsoft. The Xbox One manufacturer has announced that Black Tusk Studios, a Vancouver-based outfit that was working on some kind of new, non-sequel game for Xbox One, is now tasked with creating an all-new Gears of War game. They'll be joined by Rod Ferguson, who worked on the previous Gears games and is now officially a Microsoft employee. As someone who was excited to see more all-new games out of publishers over the next couple of years, the news that what was said to be a promising new game is taking a backseat to a fifth Gears game is a little disappointing.
Tell me about it.
The fourth game was largely unnecessary, and Gears 3 wrapped up the trilogy's storyline quite nicely.
Yeah, Prescott's back, Michelson's dead, and my father's alive. Film at 11.
I guess we'll know more about new Gears later this year. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Double Helix might just be on a roll. The studio behind Killer Instinct was largely known for some lackluster movie games like Battleship and G.I. Joe until KI hit alongside the Xbox One. And their next game is a reboot of the Capcom classic, Strider. I got a chance to play the first hour or so, and so far, it's looking pretty promising. The original 1989 release was a straightforward game about a space ninja with a cool laser sword, a robot cat, and plenty of space communists to cut. This reboot ditches the linear path and slots in a template that falls a little closer to Super Metroid or Symphony of the Night. A pile of upgrades, both big and small, seem to await you on a pile of platforms when Strider releases relatively soonish. They don't have a firm date yet. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Stand by for Titanfall.
One of March's biggest releases is going out for a preview run as Titanfall prepares for a 6-day beta. A version of the highly anticipated first-person shooter featuring 2 maps and 3 modes will hit on Friday the 14th, ruining Valentine's Day for anyone who isn't already in love with double jumping, lock-on rocket launchers, and hulking robot suits. I got a chance to play the beta a little while ago and came away impressed. Call of Duty fans will definitely recognize a lot of that series' DNA in Respawn's futuristic shooter, but the addition of huge mechs and an increased focus on mobility, letting you shoot at said mechs from the rooftops and hiding before it turns around to crush you into dust, makes it stand out on its own. The beta will run on Xbox One, but the full version hits March 11th for Xbox One and PC, with the Xbox 360 landing on the 25th. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. You've heard the old saying about 1,000,000 typewriters and 1,000,000 monkeys, right? Well, the infinite monkey theorem came to video games last week as an enterprising streamer hooked up Nintendo's 1996 classic Pokemon Red to a chat room. The idea is this: people type movement commands into a chat room, and the game responds by executing the movements. Easy, right? Now imagine over 90,000 people hammering that chat room with conflicting commands. It's madness of a questionable legality, and it's totally beautiful. The craziest part is that the Pokemon mob's actually making real progress. After 6 days, the crew has collected 4 of the gym badges and is on the way to the top of Pokemon Tower, close to halfway through the game. Will humanity work together and finish the game? Or will anarchy reign forever? Give it a look for yourself at twitch.tv/TwitchPlaysPokemon. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. If you've been playing video games seriously for a long time, you might remember the classic PC series Thief. It was a strong early example of stealth gameplay, giving you useful tools like water arrows that extinguish torches and rope arrows for, making ropes. It built a devoted fan base back in 1998, and it's back for 2014 with a reboot that is simply called Thief. On paper, Thief sticks to the ideas of the original games, giving you the same sort of arrows to work with and demanding that you stay in the shadows and try to avoid direct conflict with guards. Unfortunately, the story goes nowhere, and it has gameplay that more often than not comes off as boring due to dim-witted opposition and a city that feels like a series of narrow corridors. You might want to look back to Dishonored for this type of action. Our reviewer gave Thief a 2 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com.
There is no reward without risk.
Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Though I don't watch as often as I used to, it's impressive that South Park, which hit TV back in 1997, is still going strong. But it's had a rough time in video games with a lot of awful releases, like that first-person shooter for N64. And that Mario Kart clone, terrible. But after all these years, someone has finally stepped up and made a great South Park game. Shocking, right? That game is South Park: The Stick of Truth, and it's a role-playing game from Obsidian, studio that developed Fallout New Vegas. The team uses their RPG chops to great effect here, but it's all in service of South Park's brand of humor, which comes across extremely well. So well, in fact, that they have to censor it a bit in Germany and Australia. I can't really get more specific than that on the radio, but read our review to find out why Giant Bomb gave it a 5 out of 5.
Look, I really think it's time for us to do something. This is all getting way out of hand.
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Control transferring to pilot.
The crowded online shooter space packed in a little more tightly this week to make room for Titanfall, the multiplayer-only shooter for Xbox One, 360, and PC from Respawn. That's the studio the heads of the old Call of Duty developers founded back in 2010. Titanfall shares a lot of that Call of Duty DNA, and you can see that in the way things like weapons and perks are unlocked. But the twists in Titanfall really set it apart. The game has a double jump that lets you stay very mobile in midair, and you can also run along walls. This turns combat into a terrific action-packed display of acrobatics. Oh, also, big mechs drop out of the sky for you to pilot against your foes. You can stomp out enemies, but the foot soldiers carry heavy weapons that help keep things balanced. It's not the deepest game in the world, but if you like competitive shooters, you'll probably have a great time. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. If you woke up one day and discovered you had superpowers, how would you use them? Would you try to help the world, or would you take it for yourself? That's the choice Delsin Rowe has to make in this week's PlayStation 4 exclusive, Infamous Second Son. Like the previous Infamous games, Second Son has you make choices about how you deal with enemy combatants and story-based choices that determine your place in society. Of course, this is a version of Seattle that's being terrorized by other powered individuals and the government agency charged with stopping them. So it creates a humans versus mutants vibe that would be right at home in one of the X-Men movies. Oh wait, aren't most of the X-Men movies actually about that anyway?
Hell yeah!
Regardless of that, Infamous gives you a tight open world to explore and powers that are fun to use whether you're obliterating your foes or merely subduing them. It also looks fantastic. It is definitely worth checking out. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com.
That was awesome.
Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. We haven't heard anything new from Solid Snake or Big Boss since 2008's Metal Gear Solid 4, but Konami's long-running series is back with a prologue called Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes. It's a short, tight bit of gameplay that gives you a glimpse of how the next follow-up, The Phantom Pain, may turn out. There are a handful of side missions to play through, but the main chunk is really only an hour or two long. Your job as Big Boss is to infiltrate a prison camp and extract 2 people. How you do that is up to you, letting you treat it like a sneaking mission and go for stealth, or just shoot through it if you're feeling tough. It showcases a way for Metal Gear to work in an open world setting, and on the new consoles, it looks terrific. But if you don't care about stealth games or replaying it for a better score, it's a tough sell at $30.
You're a legend in the eyes of those who live on the battlefield. That's why you have to handle this mission yourself.
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
This country is riven by civil war, and the Ruby Throne sits empty. Now is the time to strike.
Remember Skyrim? The most recent release in the Elder Scrolls series launched in 2011, and it was one of the best games of that year. The expansive fantasy world inspired numerous people to wonder, wouldn't this be great if it was an online game? Well, those people get to see the results with this week's release of The Elder Scrolls Online. It's an attempt to marry the first-person combat and world of Elder Scrolls with a massively multiplayer online game like World of Warcraft, right down to the business, where you'll have to spend $60 up front and $15 per month to play. That might all work if the game was great, but my early time with the game has just been boring. The combat works, but the world feels flat. The presence of other human players just makes the whole thing feel like a cheap amusement park, not a world teeming with magic and caves and worlds waiting to be uncovered. Pass on this one. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Amazon made a splashy announcement last week with the announcement of the Fire TV, an Android-based box for your television that runs apps and streams videos from Netflix, Showtime, Amazon's own Prime service, and plenty of other providers. The $99 package is supplemented by a $40 game controller, and Amazon is officially in the video game business with the forming of its own game studio and the release of its first game, an action strategy hybrid called Civ Zero. But are they actually serious about this video game thing? I definitely don't think so. The controller is an absolute joke, and the Dual Civ Zero is the only exclusive release on the Fire TV right now. The company's brought in some talented game developers, so maybe they'll get real down the line. But right now, don't pick this thing up expecting it to be great for games. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's not the greatest game in the series, but I can't stop thinking about Trials Fusion, the motorcycle-based balancing act released by Ubisoft for consoles and PC. Each track provides yet another leaderboard for me to obsess over as my friends attempt to beat my best times, and I need to stay on top. I can stay on top, right?
At the end of the day, it's a game.
Don't you think there's more to it than that?
Trials shows you a motorcycle from a side view, and you race against the clock on obstacle courses that require you to feather the accelerator just right and shift your weight around with the bike to get over ledges and generally keep the bike on its wheels. The tracks are usually short, but throw in little icons that represent your friend's progress through each track, and it's easy to get obsessed with each little bump. Trials has been better before, but Fusion has enough of what makes the franchise great to leave me obsessed with it nonetheless. You should check it out. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Last year, Disney got into the business of selling a video game and toy combo that worked together in Disney Infinity. This year, well, you know how this goes. They just announced the sequel this week, and it's bringing Marvel into the mix. Disney Infinity Marvel Superheroes still works with all the characters and power discs and other little doodads from the first game, but it'll add new playsets, characters, and objects from both the Disney and Marvel universes. Since the Marvel news is the big draw here, the announcement focused on Marvel assets, including characters like Captain America, Iron Man, and the Hulk.
Oh, for God's sakes, you guys. How many times do I have to tell you? Everyone, let's try to keep the geekiness to a minimum, okay? Just be cool.
Infinity 2.0 is set to hit every console around, including Xbox One and PS4, this fall. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com.
Video games are amazing these days, aren't they?
Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Traditionally, video games based on movies and other external sources of inspiration are terrible. There are a few exceptions that prove the rule, but Activision's latest, The Amazing Spider-Man 2, is a classic example of the form. That is to say, it's kind of an ugly mess. This latest Spider-Man release is an open-world game that has you swinging around the city, fighting random crimes, and taking on story missions that advance the game's plot, which focuses on a rapidly intensifying gang war surrounded by traditional comic book supervillains. The random city events are pretty dumb. Sometimes you stop a car theft by engaging in a clunky version of the combat from those Batman games everyone loves. Sometimes you pull out your camera and take a sneaky photo of a cop's laptop to get a little extra info. The mobility is all jacked up, the menus are extra rough, and the whole thing adds up to something you should almost definitely skip. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It probably won't surprise you to hear that yet another game in the Call of Duty franchise is heading your way this November, but the details so far show some actual potential. This is the first Call of Duty game led by Sledgehammer Games, a team initially founded by some ex-Dead Space developers. And the game is called Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. Catchy, right? No? Okay. While people probably want details on the game's multiplayer side, the initial trailer is focused on the campaign, showing a virtual Kevin Spacey ranting about, democracy, the highest bidder, private military corporations, that sort of thing.
Democracy is not what these people need. Hell, it's not even what they want.
The action is punctuated by some more futuristic tech than we've seen in previous games, like a hover bike and an exoskeleton suit that gives soldiers extra mobility. The series has been sagging for the past few years. We'll see if some fresh eyes can produce something a little more interesting than last year's Ghosts. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. I recently got a chance to take a look at Evolve, the 4-on-1 multiplayer action game from Turtle Rock Studios and 2K Games. It's a fun twist on the standard competitive formula that pits 4 hunters against a giant monster who has to tear the hunters apart while feeding on wildlife to armor up and gain new abilities. The 4 hunters break down into different classes, like an assault class that deals the most damage, a healer that can restore health or resurrect fallen players, and so on. Playing the classes appropriately seems key to getting at the monster and dealing damage. As the monster, you'll have to learn when to face the hunters and when to run away to feed on helpless creatures for more armor. Most matches don't take more than 20 or 30 minutes, but it's intense fun on either side of the fight. Look for it on Xbox One, PS4, and PC this fall. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
I saw something no one was meant to see.
After a lengthy delay, Ubisoft has finally delivered Watch Dogs, a cybercrime twist on the open-world crime formula made popular by the Grand Theft Auto series. Once touted as one of the first big games to consoles, everyone's now wondering if Watch Dogs can live up to what became a significant amount of hype. So, did it? Not really. That's not to say that Watch Dogs is a bad game, but it kept reminding me of all the GTA knockoffs that came out on the PS2 and Xbox back when Grand Theft Auto 3 came along and changed the course of video game history. Watch Dogs has a hacking element to it where you can hack traffic lights or blow up steam pipes all from the comfort of your character's cell phone. But these are just slightly fancier ways of dealing with police chases and other threats. It's fun, but it just feels like a nicer looking take on the genre, not something truly revolutionary. It's a 3 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Mortal Kombat is bursting back onto the scene in 2015 with Mortal Kombat 10. Yeah, there have been 10 of those. Crazy, right? Details are a little slim at the moment, but we do know that the fighting game will sort of pick up the story from 2011's Mortal Kombat 9, which left most of the characters dead. But considering how weird the story got with alternate universes and stuff, anything's possible. From the initial trailer, we know that Scorpion and Sub-Zero are in the game, and it's said that the game will somehow contain multiple versions of characters to give players more options to choose from. I'm having trouble picturing exactly how that'll work, but it sounds neat. Will Kiefer Sutherland be involved? The actor let slip in an interview that he had been recording voices for a new MK some time ago, and my money's on Kiefer voicing some version of Johnny Cage. Either way, the game will appear on new consoles, old consoles, and PC next year. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com.
Finish him!
Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. With Halo 5 not landing until the end of 2015, Microsoft is attempting to fill its Halo gap with something else. A lot of something else. That game is Halo, the Master Chief Collection, and it's slapping the 4 main Halo games onto one disc for the Xbox One.
Ready to get back to work?
The teams behind that remake of Halo 1 for the 360 are on this, and they're giving Halo 2 a similar Anniversary Edition treatment. The other games will get some graphical touch-ups and boosts to their frame rate as well. Interestingly, it'll also contain all the multiplayer options from all 4 games. So rather than forcing one set of rules onto every multiplayer map, you'll get the rules and feel of the Halo game attached to the map in question. Oh, and if you're the sort of person to get excited for multiplayer betas, people who pick this up will get access to the Halo 5 multiplayer beta this December. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Battlefield 4 might still have some technical glitches and other issues, but that's not stopping EA from trucking ahead full steam with a follow-up. Battlefield Hardline takes the multiplayer shooter into a slightly smaller setting by positioning it as a cops versus criminals battle instead of army dudes versus terrorists. It'll still have vehicles, it'll still have attachments for your guns, it'll still feel a lot like a Battlefield game, but yeah, a little smaller perhaps. It looks and feels like the same basic concepts from Battlefield 4 with new modes.
Gentlemen, let's get cracking. We got a heist to pull.
The other twist is that it's being developed by Visceral Games, the EA-owned studio that spawned the Dead Space series. Hardline doesn't look bad, but I can't help but be a little disappointed that a team responsible for something so inventive is now making something that a mod team would have put out for free 10 years ago. It'll be out in the fall. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Here we go!
The UFC has a long and rich history in video games, and the ability for the games to mirror the sport of mixed martial arts has only increased over the years. Maybe that's why I'm so disappointed with EA's first stab at the license, which is out this week on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. Don't get me wrong, it looks great most of the time, but the more time I spent playing it, the less I liked it. The ground game is really weak, and the defensive end of the action just isn't much fun across the board. The game feels sluggish. Even the fastest fighters don't jab and move quite like they should. Outside of the octagon, the offering feels thin, with a lackluster career mode that makes poor use of the UFC license, and not much else. Of course, this is EA's first UFC game, and the whole thing has a feel of a first-year product. My advice is to wait for a sequel and see how the whole thing evolves. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. I hate snipers. Those guys that sit around the outside edge in a multiplayer game, cutting you down without even revealing themselves? Monsters. It's my least favorite part of games like Call of Duty and Battlefield. But in a game devoted to the act of shooting people from great distances, things actually work out pretty well. That game is Sniper Elite 3, and it's out now for PC, PS4, Xbox One, PS3, and Xbox 360. The World War II shooter is part stealth action and part shooting gallery, gunning down Nazis with slow-motion bullet effects that give you that Golgo 13 style X-ray view of body parts getting shattered and destroyed as you shoot. Gruesome? Perhaps. It's also kind of awesome. There's some throwaway multiplayer, and the game lives and dies by that slow-mo X-ray gimmick, but it's certainly worth seeing. Maybe wait for a sale and check it out. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Are you the sort of person with a stash of old video game cartridges in your garage and no easy way to play them? Well, you might want to look into a new device called the Retron 5. It's one box with 5 cartridge ports, allowing you to play Genesis, Super Nintendo, NES, Game Boy, and GBA games, all without futzing around with wires and old hardware. And it all hooks up to modern TVs easily. What's the catch? Well, the way the unit emulates old systems isn't always perfect, and the packed-in controller is a piece of garbage. Seriously, who made that thing? Thankfully, you can plug in the original controllers and use those instead. The Retron is supposed to retail for $140, which is decent, but they're a little hard to find these days, with eBay and Amazon sellers trying to charge a premium. Don't get suckered. The Retron 5 is neat, but not that neat. Wait for a restock, pay retail price, and not a penny more. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. I'm just about as old as video games are. This leaves me with a bit of a cursed perspective on things sometimes, and it's turned me into something of a stickler when it comes to reviving and revitalizing the classics of the arcade days. Maybe that's why I'm so frustrated by a $5 release called Q*bert Rebooted, which is stinking up the joint on Steam for PC, Mac, and Linux. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with a rebuilt and reimagined take on the classic cube-hopping game from 1982. The main issue here is that the game was also released on phones, and this PC release barely has controller support, like the whole thing was built for a touchscreen. I'm not the guy that hates all phone games, but if you aren't going to even attempt to clean up and revamp your controls when going from phone to PC, don't bother releasing it at all, okay? You're wasting everyone's time. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's been hard to pin down what exactly Bungie's next game is going to feel like, but the company is giving players a short taste of Destiny, the next game from the Halo creators, this week in a limited online test. Whereas Halo was a straightforward story and a separate multiplayer mode, Destiny attempts to create a world that holds all of these things, doling out its sci-fi story via a series of short missions. It's still a first-person shooter, but it's wrapped in trappings that feel more like Phantasy Star Online or Guild Wars.
These Guardians show us what we are and what we will be again.
That multiplayer cooperative focus has led me to come away from the beta test feeling like the world of Destiny is a little scattered and less focused than that of Halo. But it's such a small slice of the game that we'll have to hold out until September 9th and see what the full game is like to know for sure. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Electronic Arts is conducting some further experiments with how you get and play their games with EA Access, a new subscription service that gives you demo-style access to new games before they hit stores and longer-term access to older games.
Now it's in your hands, so what are you gonna do?
The service is set to only be available on the Xbox One and will run $5 a month or $30 per year. The main idea is similar to a sports-focused subscription the company ran on the previous consoles, which gave you full access to a game before release, but only for a week or so. Then you'd have to go out and buy the game to keep playing. The company won't even commit to that this time around, saying that sometimes you'll get a full game, sometimes you'll just get a slice. The Vault will give you access to older games like last year's Madden and FIFA, Peggle 2, and Battlefield 4. The whole service is scheduled to roll out later this summer. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. You ever want to take role-playing to the next level? Maybe you should check out Velvet Sundown, which is free for PC and Mac. It drops you into an online scenario where you and a group of players are on a cruise, each with your own motivations. Your only options are to work with your limited inventory and chat with the other people on board, all of whom are real human players. At its peak, Velvet Sundown takes on the feel of some good, weird improv. Players have their own motivations, but how they make friends with you and the other players is what makes it unique. A session can last around 45 minutes, and then you're free to give it another go with a fresh group of strangers. It's not perfect. One player can ruin an entire game if they refuse to roleplay and play along with the scenario, but when it all works out, there's nothing else quite like it. Give it a shot, or check out the quick look video we posted to the site. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's time once again to focus on Germany, the site of Gamescom, an annual video game trade show where the European market gets some attention, but there are still a handful of announcements with worldwide repercussions. Sony took the opportunity to show off more footage of Bloodborne and announce a version of Tearaway, which hit the Vita last year, for the PlayStation 4. They also showed footage of a mysterious game that turned out to be a new game in the Silent Hill franchise, with Metal Gear's Hideo Kojima and director Guillermo del Toro's names attached. Microsoft focused on hardware, like a new white version of the Xbox One that comes with Sunset Overdrive. The company also locked down Lara Croft's next adventure, Rise of the Tomb Raider, which will debut first on the Xbox in late 2015. They also gave a date for the next updates to Killer Instinct. Season 2 of the free-to-download fighting game kicks off October 15th. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
No one can stop death.
As we roll into September and inch closer to the big game release season, there are starting to be some signs of life out there beyond the always healthy and exciting indie game market. Blizzard is releasing a bundled up version of Diablo 3 for Xbox One and PlayStation 4 this week, and it's a hell of a good time. See what I did there? Hell. You see, Diablo takes place in... Look, just forget it. Let's just move on. The click-happy PC game translates quite well to consoles, giving those of you who don't like spending hundreds of hours in front of a computer a new way to play. You can even bring a friend along if you like. In addition to the standard online play, you can cooperate locally on consoles. Beyond that, it's the same game that PC players love, with a long campaign, enemies to bop, and tons of exciting loot to collect. We rate it a 4 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Gotta get the city ready for the real me. Need some neon. Lots of neon.
Infamous Second Son was a wonderful and amazing looking adventure for the PlayStation 4 when it came out earlier this year. This week, a side story focused on one of that game's characters hits as a standalone downloadable game called Infamous First Light. In First Light, you primarily play as Fetch, the neon-powered lady from Second Son, in a prequel set a couple years before the events of the main game, making for some potentially compelling narrative as, well, Second Son alludes to a fairly dark past for poor Fetch. Unfortunately, the video game end of First Light starts out weak, relying on combat arenas and scoreboards instead of story and cool moments. Throw in the same level of underwhelming side stuff from Second Son, and you've got something that seems like it should have been better. You might want to hold off on this one unless you're a huge fan of Infamous's gameplay. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The resurgence of competitive multiplayer games on the PC keeps on resurging with the release of Lethal League, a bat and ball game that takes the hype of a fighting game, the physics of Pong, and a dose of insane speed and jumbles them all together. Sweet! It's a simple idea. 2 to 4 players sit in an arena and bat a ball around the screen. Your goal is to avoid getting hit by the ball while attempting to bat it at the other players. Each time it gets hit, the ball picks up speed, and special smash attacks double the ball's speed with each strike. This quickly turns extended volleys into nightmare scenarios as the ball ricochets around at blinding speeds. Lethal League is best if your competition is sitting right there with you, but it also has online multiplayer, so just about anyone can get in and have fun. Give it a closer look, it's really cool. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The next game from the original developers of Halo is finally here. After kicking the ideas around for at least 5 years, Bungie has released Destiny.
Except for that puking part, that might have been the best idea we've ever had.
It's one of the first big new franchises released on the current consoles, and everyone's been watching and waiting to see how it's going to pan out. So, what's the verdict? Well, I'm still playing Destiny, and I'm about halfway through it, but the more of it I play, the less exciting it is. The game is broken up into a set of missions that feel indistinguishable from one another, and you revisit areas so many times that the repetition gets to be a real bummer. All of the core pieces are in place, and it looks fantastic, but it's really short on variety. It's beautiful, but hollow. The deeper into the game I get, the less certain I am that Destiny is going to be able to grab me the way that Bungie's previous games have. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com.
Hey everyone, this is Dan Reichert from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest in the world of video games. After 7 years of development, Blizzard has pulled the plug on Titan. The developer hoped to create another massively multiplayer RPG that would see a similar level of success as the genre-defining World of Warcraft, but instead it joined StarCraft Ghost and Warcraft Adventures in the lineup of the company's canceled products. Speaking to Polygon, Blizzard CEO Mike Morhaime said, "We didn't find the fun, we didn't find the passion, we talked about how we put it through a reevaluation period, and actually, what we reevaluated is whether that's the game we really wanted to be making."
Nope, can't fake it. Still boring.
It's not all bad news for the company, as Warlords of Draenor, the highly anticipated expansion to World of Warcraft, sees release in November, and the company continues to enjoy massive success with the free-to-play card game Hearthstone.
I cannot believe it! You and your deck are unstoppable!
For more news from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com.
Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Very soon, the Dark Lord and his army will march all over Mordor.
October is upon us, and the release calendar for video games is starting to get deep. This week's got a few heavy hitters, but the big game of the moment has turned out to be Warner's Middle-earth: Shadow of Mordor, which is out now on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. Mordor takes Lord of the Rings and mixes it with concepts from Assassin's Creed and the Batman games, resulting in an open world full of counter-heavy combat. But the coolest part about it is the Nemesis system, which takes the game's orcs and places them in a hierarchy of captains and war chiefs. You can stalk these leaders, control them, turn them against each other, and watch chaos unfold. Or just stab them from behind. Or just poison their feasts from afar. Very Machiavellian, and very cool.
You cannot escape us.
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
I'm stranded here on this station.
The Alien movies infest the world of video games yet again this week with Alien Isolation. By and large, games set in the alien fiction miss all the horror-style tension that people seem to like about those acid-blooded creeps. So that's what the developers set out to nail here. The result is divisive, but fans of horror games seem to agree that Isolation finally represents the films properly. Not that Isolation is based directly on the movies. You play as Ripley's daughter, dispatched to a space station to retrieve some sort of important computer or something. But when you get there, everything's a mess, with the remaining humans slowly going feral and turning into looters, while one single alien roams around. You should probably stay quiet as you play this stealthy first-person shooter. Our reviewer really enjoyed the tension that lone alien creates, and he gave it a 4 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Did you miss me?
In some sense, we're lucky to see any sort of sequel to Platinum Games' 2009 character action game, Bayonetta. By all accounts, the sequel was dead in the water before Nintendo stepped up and decided to publish the game exclusively on the Wii U. The game is set to finally hit North American shores on October 24th, and guess what? It's terrific. The tight combat and crazy combo attacks from the first game come over, with new options and additions designed to reward novice players who mash out auto combos on the touchscreen, or the skilled veterans who do all the hard work with the standard controls. Oh, and it's also about Bayonetta, a shapely witch who uses her magical hair to form into dragons, a huge hair toad, and all kinds of other nonsense. If that's not enough, you can strap a set of chainsaws to your feet. It's kind of amazing. Our reviewer felt the same way, giving the game a 5 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Microsoft's free-to-play approach to fighting games made for an interesting experiment when Killer Instinct was released alongside the Xbox One last year. This month, the experiment pushes on with a fresh set of updates and a new coat of paint. Killer Instinct Season 2 kicks off with the addition of TJ Combo and Maya, both characters from the previous KI games. From here, the game's new developers at Iron Galaxy will be adding one character per month, adding Cinder and Riptor to the roster, as well as a batch of brand new fighters. Players can pick up the full season pack or buy characters individually, which isn't a terrible option for people who only like to use one fighter or aren't sure if they're really capable of caring about fighting games enough to justify the full spend. So far, the new characters look like solid additions, and Season 2 is off to a good start. You can grab a version for free on the Xbox One right now.
Is that the best you got, Ultra Tech?
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. In case you needed more signs that the holiday shopping season is almost upon us, Microsoft has kicked things off with a time-limited sale of the Xbox One, knocking $50 off of all versions of the year-old console. That means that starting on November 2nd and running for the duration of the season, you can grab an Xbox One for as low as $349.
That's right.
That naturally puts it $50 cheaper than Sony's PlayStation 4, which has been building a widening lead in the sales race over the past year. That $349 bundle comes with a copy of Sunset Overdrive and is a limited edition white console, but it's not the only Xbox One bundle due out this year. Call of Duty fans can get Advanced Warfare and a console with a 1 terabyte hard drive for $449, and Assassin's Creed will get bundled with or without a Kinect for $449 or $349 respectively. Keep your eyes open. There are bound to be more deals as we get closer and closer to Black Friday. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's November, so of course there's another Call of Duty on store shelves. It's been a rough few years for the franchise, and now it's up to Sledgehammer Games to turn things around with Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. It has the series fundamentals down the same way it always has, but there's a twist that helps set it apart and freshen things up. That twist? Jetpacks! You could boost jump up into the air, execute quick side dashes, and slam down hard to attack from above. It changes the speed of the fight and makes the multiplayer that much more frantic. It also has the standard 6-hour campaign mode, which is helped by the jet boosts and the presence of Kevin Spacey, who plays a meaningful role in the game's over-the-top action blockbuster story thing. If you're already done with Call of Duty, it's not going to change your mind. But the future tactics make it better than it's been for the last few years. We gave it a 4 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Seems like old times.
Ready to get back to work?
I thought you'd never ask.
You'd think that a collection of the Master Chief's adventures through the world of Halo would be one of those slam dunk out of the park, insert tired sports metaphor here sort of successes, right? But Microsoft's Halo The Master Chief Collection, which is out now on the Xbox One, has been rife with issues that make you wonder if the team shepherding the franchise these days actually cares about its past. Halos 1 through 4 are here in a totally unlocked format, letting you play spruced up versions of your favorite levels or just move through the entire story in order. The multiplayer from each game is also present, but this end of the game is completely broken right now. Add to this a lot of the other issues, both large and small, and you're left with a package that has tons of content for you to see, but the details, as of this recording anyway, are off. You might want to wait for a patch or two before checking this one out. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. I'm returning to the seedy underbrush this week with the release of Far Cry 4 on Xbox One, PS4, and PC. Ubisoft's previous entry streamlined the past games in ways that made for a thrilling, fun time in a well-rendered open world. Far Cry 4 builds on that past success with a new locale and story, but so much of it is the same that some people might be served just as well by going and playing Far Cry 3 again. The game opens with Ajay Ghale returning to his mother's home country of Kyrat to spread her ashes, but he finds a maniacal ruler, a rebel faction, and a whole lot of outposts to take over, towers to climb, and animals to hunt.
Now, to whom am I speaking? The son who returned to scatter his mother's ashes, or the lunatic who has murdered his way to the top of my mountain?
It's a good time, even if it is pretty similar to the previous game. Give it a look. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's a strange year for the Assassin's Creed franchise, which launched not one, but two new entries this month. Assassin's Creed Unity is the fresh new one for Xbox One, PS4, and PC, but this French Revolution is a real dud. It's saddled with enough technical issues to make you want to wait for some post-release patches, but the core of the action isn't exactly a winner, and no patch is likely to fix that. Meanwhile, the old machines, meaning Xbox 360 and PS3, get Assassin's Creed Rogue, a totally different game that serves as a continuation of the nautical themes from last year's game, Black Flag. It looks a little rough in spots, but it seems totally serviceable. In other words, the B-Team game looks like it's a bit better than the big release. Bummer. Either way, it'll be interesting to see if the franchise can rebound from such a mixed up and messy showing. Call me clairvoyant, but I suspect we'll be able to find out next November. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's been a thin year for driving games, with Need for Speed taking the year off, so maybe it's the perfect year for something new. Ubisoft's final 2014 release, The Crew, is now available on Xbox One, PS4, and PC. While The Crew doesn't have any direct competition, the early parts of the game are so rough that it doesn't seem like a great choice for driving game fans. It starts with an extremely hokey story about car gangs and going undercover to avenge the death of your brother. But The Crew is about acquiring upgrade parts and unlocking additional events as you drive around a pleasingly large version of the USA. It almost feels like a loot-driven role-playing game like Diablo for cars. It requires an internet connection and hangs some multiplayer options around that, which is fine as long as the servers work. In our early tests, the servers have been a little unreliable. It has neat ideas, but the execution is a bit too shaky for my tastes. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. 2014's been sort of a weird year for games. It's the first full year with a pair of new consoles, but rather than celebrating a fresh set of huge holiday releases for the Xbox One and PlayStation 4, we've been caught up in a bug hunt, and the number of games hitting stores with major issues and lots of noticeable bugs is unprecedented. The development teams behind games like Halo the Master Chief Collection, Assassin's Creed Unity, Dragon Age Inquisition, and Drive Club have provided multiple updates since the games launched, and some of them, Halo might be the most dramatic, are still having significant issues that make them hard to recommend. Even Nintendo, which is usually pretty solid, isn't immune. The recently released Super Smash Bros. For Wii U has been tripping some kind of system memory error that, depending on how users try to rectify it, can cause actual hardware errors. Now, more than ever, we're in buyer beware mode when it comes to big releases. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. With 2014 coming to a close, it's a good time to look back at the year in games and pick out a few favorites, even if they were few and far between this year. Regardless of that, let's get to the point. I can't stop playing Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, and that's a pretty impressive turnaround considering how boring the old shooter franchise has been these last few years. Advanced Warfare freshens up Call of Duty's multiplayer combat by taking it further into the future than the series has been, bumping up the technology that we can strap to a soldier's body. That means the player has way more mobility, courtesy of a jetpack-like exoskeleton that lets you boost around corners, double jump high into the air, and so on. I thought I was finished with Call of Duty, but Advanced Warfare sucked me back in a way that I haven't felt since the original Black Ops. Brush off the boredom of last year's release and give this one a fresh shot. It's surprisingly fun. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The battle for exclusive content on consoles heated up in Las Vegas, where Sony announced that it was working in partnership with Capcom to produce Street Fighter V, which will be released on the PlayStation 4 and the PC, which is always neutral territory when it comes to these sorts of console-exclusive deals. The last numbered sequel to Street Fighter was released in 2008 and re-released frequently, with this year's Ultra Street Fighter 4 being the latest update. Capcom and Sony are being a little coy when it comes to gameplay details, but a recently released clip shows that, yes, it's still about a guy named Ryu throwing fireballs at Chun-Li and other fighters. Also of note is that the developers are using Unreal Engine 4 to put it together, meaning that both Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, two heavy hitters of the genre from the 90s, are now being produced with the same tools. Crazy. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. 2014 was sort of a mess for big video games. Will 2015 turn it around? Let's eyeball a few early contenders. January's first big game appears to be Dying Light, an open-world zombie thriller from the developers of Dead Island. This looked nice the last time I saw it, but then Dead Island looked cool before it was out too. February 10th brings us Evolve, the 4-on-1 Hunters vs. Monsters shooter from 2K and some of the developers behind Left 4 Dead. This has looked really impressive in spots, but it might be a bit of a one-trick pony. Battlefield Hardline hits in March, and EA's "be a bad cop and break the rules to keep the peace" message might be the most tone-deaf thing happening in all of games right now. On some level, I can't believe they're still shipping this thing. My pick for April is Mortal Kombat X, but that's months from now. So let's just keep it together and see how the year develops, okay? For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The new year is off and running, but for some companies that means it's make good season as a handful of publishers try to make up for their games and services being unacceptably broken. Drive Club was the first out of the gate and it launched and immediately crumbled. The online didn't work at all, so Sony released the first add-on for free to try to make things right. Assassin's Creed Unity did the same thing. Its first DLC is free. Also, anyone who bought the season pass got a free game from Ubisoft. Halo the Master Chief Collection still doesn't work right, and Microsoft is giving people who played that one early a remastered version of Halo ODST for free, along with some other little things. Sony's PSN experienced a lengthy outage over the holidays due to a heavy denial of service attack. They're distributing a coupon for their store and extending your PlayStation Plus membership out by 5 days. Which publishers will have to scramble to make things right in 2015? Well, stay tuned. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Nintendo has finally confirmed North American plans for the ambiguously named new Nintendo 3DS XL, an updated version of the handheld gaming platform that adds a few new buttons, a faster processor, and claims to deliver a better-looking 3D view of your games.
Look at that!
Some existing 3DS games, like Super Smash Bros. And a remake of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, take advantage of the additional hardware on the new 3DS while still running on the old gear. You know, it's telling that the new 3DS won't come with a power adapter. It's almost like they're just expecting to sell these things to the diehard fans who already have the charger and an old 3DS. Either way, the new 3DS will be out in some bundled and unbundled configurations on February 13th, with prices starting at around $200. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The train of nicer-looking re-releases of old games on new consoles continues unabated. Gearbox and 2K have announced plans to release Borderlands, the Handsome Collection, for Xbox One and PlayStation 4. That pack will contain Borderlands 2 and last year's disappointing Borderlands the Pre-Sequel. They'll get the requisite cleanups and polishings that'll probably bring the games up to a point where they look nicer than they looked on the old consoles, but probably still not as nice as they can look on a properly built PC. They'll also have support for 4-player split screen, in case you're the type of person who thought that gaming stopped evolving with the release of GoldenEye or something. It's 2015. You have the internet. Use it. The package hits March 24th for a full $60. There's also a $400 limited version that comes with a remote control claptrap, but those are probably pre-sold out and up on eBay by the time you hear this. Ridiculous. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Saints Row 4 has been re-released for modern consoles under the name Saints Row 4 Re-Elected. While it's already tough to get excited about old stuff being bumped up a generation, there's a new game included with this collection that makes it worth a closer look. That bit is called Gat Out of Hell, and it sends players down below to do battle with Satan's family, sing a few musical numbers, and generally get up to the sort of hijinks that you saw in Saints Row 4. But in hell this time.
Playtime is over, Mr. Gat.
As someone who was extremely interested in seeing what the developers would do after Saints Row 4's open ending, Gat Out of Hell is more than a little disappointing, since it mostly just takes the existing concepts from the previous game and drops them in a new, but not new enough setting. It's also available separately for $20, but you don't need to see Gat Out of Hell. It's safe to skip it. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Pre-order bonuses have gotten way out of control. Designed to placate the brick-and-mortar retailers who still need to be propped up and told how special they are just to get them to care about upcoming products. I've spent hours staring at the Evolve pre-order bonuses, and I still don't understand them. And now, Warner's announced like 5 versions of Mortal Kombat X. The expensive version goes for $150 and comes with a Scorpion figurine, the Season Pass, and a gold Scorpion skin. No, wait, Amazon has a $180 version, and it comes with most of that stuff, a Scorpion statue, a comic book, and an exclusive steel pack-and card. And if you want to skip all the crap and buy a digital copy, sorry, the only bonus you can get is a version that includes the Season Pass for $90. No skins, no nothing. Eat it, digital consumer. You apparently don't matter. What? For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. This weekend, I took a quick trip to China. Well, not really. I mostly stayed in my bedroom attempting to download Chinese video games. The market is wildly different from what you're used to here in North America, with free-to-play games truly running things. I don't speak or read any Chinese, but I had to sift through a ton of it just to play Call of Duty Online. It's a repacked, microtransaction-focused take on the popular first-person shooter that feels familiar, yet completely foreign. It cobbles together missions and areas from the old games, so you'll see maps from Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare 2, and more. It's weird. It's also a solid glimpse at what Call of Duty might look like if Activision ever decided to give up on $60 releases in favor of a microtransaction model. But don't try this at home. The China-based servers make the game tough to play online from the States. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. When hardware manufacturers put out games on their own platform, they're hoping it'll be a differentiator. The kind of game that forces you to buy that platform in order to experience these exclusive games. This week, Sony's released The Order 1886, a game that looks great, but boy is it short and boring. There's a sharp premise here, carrying King Arthur's knights forward into an alternate 1886, where the knights use guns to take down werewolves in the name of the queen. But the game traffics in extremely standard cover-based shooting and slow-moving sequences that fail to build any sort of tension. The characters look great, and the game attempts to go for a cinematic style, but that's pretty hit or miss. There are things in The Order worth checking out, but it's a really short game with no additional hooks to make you want to load up the disc a second time. If you're going to play it at all, you're going to want to rent it. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. To be honest, I never really thought of Pac-Man as a wine list and salads sort of guy. I mean, the whole point of Pac-Man is to eat everything that gets in your path, right? So it's good news, I suppose, that Namco's upscale Pac-Man-themed restaurant, which opened this week outside of Chicago, seems to have a little something for everyone. Some of the food and drinks get a referential touch with cocktails like the Game Over and the Midway, and dishes like Clyde's Chopped Wedge and Chocolate Power Pellets. But the whole facility seems to be a slightly upscale barcade sort of thing, with an Italian menu, a bowling alley, video games, and what appears to be a tastefully integrated Pac-Man theme that goes right down to the name, Level 257. Pac-Man the game, of course, won't progress past Level 256. Cute. This is one of those weird concept restaurants that I just have to see in person. Time to start booking some Chicago travel, I guess. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. September 1st is looking to be a big day for new releases due to some announcements and release date leaks this week. People have been trying to guess at the release date for Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain for some time now. Would it be May? June? Well, thanks to a leaked video that popped out of IGN before its time, we now know that the game will be released around the world on September 1st. Sweet. That's earlier than most of the big holiday releases, which should give MGS a bit of a jump on some of the bigger competing products. Perhaps sensing that their claim on the date was getting less and less exclusive, Warner announced that Mad Max, a game we haven't heard much about over the last couple of years, would finally make its way out on September 1st. I played a super early version of Mad Max a long time ago, and, well, hopefully they've been using this time wisely. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. What's Nintendo going to do next? The answer got a little clearer this week after the Japanese gaming giant announced a partnership with Japanese mobile gaming giant DeNA. Yes, the company is finally going to let its beloved cast of characters appear in games that might be coming to your phone in the near future. But don't take that to mean you'll be playing Super Mario Bros. On your iPhone. This deal allows for new development, so maybe you'll see Mario in something new. Sweet! Considering how tight the controls of the average Mario game are and how loose a touchscreen usually feels for character movement in games, that's a smart and necessary distinction. The two companies will build a joint network of services for players this fall, and as a final detail, Nintendo reminded people that it's still in the video game hardware business by revealing the code name of its next project, NX. We'll supposedly hear more from Nintendo about NX next year. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. What's up with the man behind Metal Gear? That's the question that started coming up last week as game publisher Konami started removing words like a Hideo Kojima game from the box art for Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain. Online reports indicate that the situation between Kojima and Konami has sunk to a point where once Phantom Pain hits stores on September 1st, Kojima and some of the other top people at the Metal Gear studio are set to leave the company entirely. Konami spent some time saying nothing, then issued a statement wherein Kojima stated he was hard at work on the Phantom Pain. Then Konami said they'd be looking for main staff to lead the development on further Metal Gear games. They haven't confirmed Kojima's departure per se, but that sounds pretty final to me. Kojima's been making Metal Gear games since the 80s. It would actually be pretty nice to see what he would do with a new franchise. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Nintendo's back in the news this week with a delay to one of their most anticipated titles. The upcoming Legend of Zelda game for the Wii U was originally announced as a 2015 release. The publisher has officially confirmed that it won't make it onto shelves this year. The upcoming game is said to be a more open-world take on the franchise, something that sounds like a potentially daunting change for a universe that has been very set in its ways over the years. In addition to needing more time, the company also got out and confirmed that the game won't be shown at this year's annual trade show for the video game industry, E3. What? This led some to speculate that the game would be moved to Nintendo's next hardware, codenamed NX, but those people are out of their minds. That said, 2015 is starting to look a little bare for big upcoming games. Let's hope for some new announcements over the next couple of months. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Game publisher Square Enix has been running a countdown to a mystery game reveal for the past few days, and it's going to be the announcement of the next game in the Deus Ex franchise. But there aren't too many more details to go with beyond the name Deus Ex: Mankind Divided. Reports indicate that the game will be released on the PC, PS4, and Xbox One, and the art that will adorn the next issue of Game Informer magazine indicates the lead from the previous game, Adam Jensen, will be returning. The futuristic cyberpunk-style adventure from 2011 had some rough patches, but it built a memorable world with a lot of different little details that were worth digging into. Hopefully Mankind Divided scratches that same itch when it's released. Actually, they haven't announced a release date yet. I'll just throw out a guess here and say no earlier than mid-2016? For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. With Rock Band 4 on the horizon, it was really only a matter of time before Activision got back into the plastic instrument genre too. Lo and behold, the company has announced a new guitar-only game called Guitar Hero Live for, like, almost every platform that could conceivably run a video game on a TV, from consoles to phone. It'll be out this fall. The catch with the new Guitar Hero is a new instrument that moves from 5 buttons in a line to 3 rows of 2 buttons each. The upper and lower fret buttons create more realistic-feeling chord shapes, which makes you feel slightly more like you're playing a real guitar. It's surprisingly cool. The rest of the game includes a channel-based online mode and a video-focused single-player game that has fake bands putting on fake live shows to songs from My Chemical Romance, Ed Sheeran, The Rolling Stones, Fall Out Boy, Skrillex, and more. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Konami is back in the news this week with a confirmation that Silent Hills, the horror-themed game that was to star The Walking Dead's Norman Reedus in a production by Metal Gear's Hideo Kojima and film director Guillermo del Toro, has been officially canceled. This confirmation comes days after the game publisher stated that the teaser produced for the game was getting pulled, and of course, not that long after word leaked out about Kojima being more or less finished with his longtime employer once Metal Gear Solid 5 is out the door. Konami was a huge game publisher back in the 80s and 90s, with franchises such as Gradius, Contra, and Castlevania all bearing their stamp. These days, though, the company seems more interested in Japanese slot machines and health clubs. Hopefully they'll sell those franchises off to someone who might actually care about them someday. It's a shame to see them go to waste like this. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Thousands of players are out there crowdfunding their nostalgia this week as Kickstarter campaigns for two old-style games continue to rake in the bucks. A group of ex-Rare developers are playing off of Banjo-Kazooie for the Nintendo 64 to develop a spiritual successor called Yooka-Laylee. Much like Banjo united a bird and a bear, this one will team up a friendly chameleon named Yuka with a tiny bat, Laylee. This type of game fell out of favor years ago, but plenty of people appear to be willing to pony up for these masters of the form to take a second crack. The other big example capitalizes on Konami's recent lack of interest in the video game business, as longtime Castlevania developer Koji Igarashi is set to work on a new action-adventure called Bloodstained: Ritual of the Night. It'll follow in the shadows of Castlevania Symphony of the Night as an exploration-focused adventure with stats and character building. Neither game is due out anytime soon. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Ubisoft is back in the Assassin's Creed business with the formal announcement of this year's entry, Assassin's Creed Syndicate. It's set in Victorian-era London and will focus on ideas like building gangs and a reworked stealth mechanic. For a game that's ostensibly always been about some kind of stealth, that seems like the sort of thing they'd want to get right? Syndicate will follow last year's Unity, which was a mess of a game that got thoroughly thrashed by critics and players alike. Ubisoft did the old let's throw the old game under the bus while telling you about how great the new one will be trick while unveiling Syndicate, which surely must make the hundreds of people who worked on last year's game feel great.
It's reckless. It's clever.
Regardless of that, the franchise marches on with Xbox One and PS4 releases hitting on October 23rd. Let's see if they can pull this one back together before the franchise just falls apart completely, huh? For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. We don't see as many movie-based video games as we used to. That's actually a good thing. Most games based on movies lay back on their license and turn into something that resembles the bare minimum, and no one has a good time. There are exceptions, of course, but can Mad Max, a game not directly based on the current movie, rise to the task? I got a chance to play it ahead of its September 1st release date, and my early answer is, well, I'm not sure yet. Mad Max feels like an Assassin's Creed game with a car. You can shoot flamethrowers and harpoons from the car, but a lot of the action has you contorting your hands all over the controller to drive and shoot at the same time. Outside the car, the game has you breaking enemies with combat lifted from Batman, another Warner release. But for a game that's probably going to involve a lot of driving and shooting, that part felt really clunky. Hopefully they've got time to make some improvements. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. We'll be hearing more about upcoming video games at this month's Electronic Entertainment Expo, but some publishers can't wait for the annual trade show to make their big announcements. This week, 2K Games jumped the gun and got the word out about XCOM 2. Yes, that's a sequel to the turn-based strategy game XCOM Enemy Unknown, which came to consoles and PC in 2012. XCOM 2 will turn the tables on the Aliens vs. Earthlings conflict by moving 20 years ahead of the previous game. The aliens have won, which pretty closely resembles most of my time spent with the previous game. A ragtag guerrilla take on Earth's alien fighting force will take shape, and you'll have to strike back against Earth's occupiers. Unlike the previous game, it's looking like XCOM 2 is only being announced for the PC, and it'll be out this November. I'd be surprised if this didn't make it to consoles sooner or later, but hey, we'll see. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com.
Welcome back, Commander.
Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Bethesda Game Studios has finally confirmed plans to develop and release Fallout 4 on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. The game was long rumored to be in development, with some leaks dating back 3 or 4 years now. What took so long? That's a great question. The company released a trailer for the game that doesn't give away a ton of details, and they're holding the rest of the story for an upcoming press conference timed to E3, the game industry's annual trade show for North America. The game appears to be set in the Boston area and maintains the same sort of post-nuclear apocalyptic wasteland look that made the previous games look so nice. The next big piece of info, of course, is the game's release date. People are really hoping that Fallout 4 hits this year, but we'll see. I've been wrong before, but this sounds like a 2016 release to me. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The Electronic Entertainment Expo is the game industry's annual trade show where new games get announced and unfinished games are shown in a playable form, often for the first time. I got a chance to recently play one such game, and that's Capcom's Street Fighter V. The first thing you'll notice when you pick up a controller is that Street Fighter V isn't a gargantuan leap forward. The things you expect from the franchise, like comboing simple low-medium kicks into fireballs, yeah, that's still there. But the focus attack system from the previous game is gone in favor of something Capcom calls the V system. This gives each character a few new options, so Ryu can parry like it was Street Fighter 3 or something, while Chun-Li has a forward jump that positions you right over the opponent's head, setting you up for some head stomps. It looks cool, and it's due out on PlayStation 4 and PC next spring. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
You will bring death to all who follow you.
Batman returns with Arkham Knight, the fourth game in the Arkham franchise. It's built on a lot of the same open-world gliding and gun-fearing concepts as the previous games, but the move to current consoles brings the visuals up a step. The new thing here is driving the Batmobile. The driving isn't bad, but the way the car gets crammed into puzzle, stealth, and even platforming sequences makes a lot of things take too long. You'll see solutions immediately, but slowly creeping the car across some rooftops sucks all the momentum out of the game. Beyond that, it's more Batman. That ain't a bad thing, but I can't help but be a little happy that the developers claim to be moving on now that Arkham Knight is on shelves. Let's hope the team comes up with something just as inventive and fresh feeling as their first Batman game, Arkham Asylum. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. We always get a glimpse of the fall video game releases at E3, an annual trade expo. It's a bunch of promises, some of which never come true, and polished up demos that might not give you a realistic look at the final product, so you have to go in with your guard up. But there are always a handful of games shown that look so solid that you wish they were on sale immediately. This week, the game I can't stop thinking about is Nintendo's Super Mario Maker. The Wii U release is essentially a Mario construction kit, allowing you to build your own levels in the style of Super Mario Bros. 1, 3, World, and New Super Mario Bros. The touchscreen tablet is perfect for dragging items down onto your tile-based levels, and it plays like the classics, except the levels can get absolutely nuts. You can share those online, so be on the lookout for whatever nightmares I upload when the game hits on September 11th. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's July, which around these parts means we're stuck in the video game lull between the announcements of E3 and the follow-up announcements from Gamescom, a German show. I always tend to view the annual release of EA's Madden NFL Football as sort of the Groundhog Day for video games. Its unwavering dedication to shipping in late August serves as a reminder that yes, it's almost fall, and a slew of new releases are right around the corner. I have no actual interest in playing Madden, mind you, but I digress. This year we'll see a lot, like Fallout 4, a new Tony Hawk game,
Forza Motorsport 6, Trackmania Turbo, Tomb Raider, Need for Speed, Rock Band 4, ACT.
And the year in game releases I'm excited for will cap off in December when Just Cause 3 releases. For a year that was full of delays and disappointment, there's suddenly a lot going on. Just not now. Until then, I'll keep waiting for Madden. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It rolled out with some painful server issues, but now that it's evening out, I'm having a great time playing Rocket League, which is now available on PS4 and PC. It's a soccer game. No, wait, don't let that chase you away. No, come back. It's a soccer game, but you're a car. Car soccer. Soccer, if you will. And it's a surprising amount of fun. These cars can boost around a tight arena, drive up walls, and flip around in midair, giving you plenty of ways to bump around a huge glowing ball. There are goals at either end of the arena, and you can have teams of up to 4 people, which gets pretty crazy. But it works because the control you have over your car is supremely satisfying. Lining up shots by jumping and barrel rolling into the ball and essentially heading it into the goal is a great time. It's free for PlayStation Plus members and $20 on PC, but either way, it's worth checking out. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It hasn't been that long since Microsoft announced plans to make Xbox 360 games playable on the Xbox One. The company rolled out a preview, making a small handful of those games playable, and opened up a site where users could vote on which old games they want to work on their new console. The list is kind of sad. 5 of the top 10 requests are Call of Duty games. They make a new one of those every single year. Activision's probably more interested in selling new games than letting you stick with your old ones, so I'm having trouble believing that they'll take these votes to heart. Also, it's all sort of meaningless. Microsoft is planning on making most any 360 game run on an Xbox One, but it's up to the publishers to decide if it's good business for them to turn those old games on. We'll have to wait and see how many of them jump in when the feature rolls out wide later this year. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
A radio report on an announcement about an announcement. How much further back can we go? 2K, the publisher of games like Borderlands and XCOM, has announced plans to announce that Mafia 3 is in development. The publisher will release a debut trailer for the game, and some additional details will come out of a German trade show set to start on August 5th. The first Mafia was well received back in 2002, when these sorts of open-world crime games were really starting to spread out. But 2010's Mafia 2 felt dated and pretty lame back at release. It's hard to imagine a world where people are clamoring for a third one now that the genre has been oversaturated to the point of going slightly out of style. But hey, this is just the announcement of the announcement, right? Let's see what they're up to this time around. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Microsoft announced some of its upcoming 2016 release plans out in Germany this week. The Xbox One lineup for next year will contain Crackdown 3, Remedy's Quantum Break, Platinum's Scalebound, and Halo Wars 2? Yes, it's true! The real-time strategy game set in the Halo universe that no one ever talks about anymore is actually getting a sequel. And Sega's Creative Assembly Studio is handling development. That team is responsible for the Total War series, which specializes in the sort of massive battles that Halo was originally supposed to deliver. Hey, quick history point. Before getting purchased by Microsoft, Bungie was developing Halo to be a big real-time strategy game for the Mac. Then they became Xbox developers, the game became the console's flagship first-person shooter, and the rest, they say, is history. Halo Wars 2 will be out at the end of 2016 on the PC and Xbox One. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. I'm going to tell you that you should probably play Galaxy, the new space-shooting, retro anime-tinged roguelike PlayStation 4 game from 17-bit. But I'm not taking my own advice, because the game can also be really stressful. Galaxy puts you behind the sticks of a space fighter that can transform into a robot with a sword. It has a season-based structure that has you start with nothing, build yourself up with a series of upgrades, and then, well, be careful. Death in Galaxy can be permanent, forcing you to start the whole season over with absolutely nothing. And that's why I'm not playing right now. I got right up to the end of Season 2. I was about to rescue the Admiral when, pow! Enemy mechs jumped me and I was dead. I got careless. It's time to take a deep breath, take a break, and get ready to start over. It controls well, and the stakes make every moment count. You should give it a look. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. We're only a couple months away from the release of Call of Duty Black Ops 3, but Activision has decided to give people who pre-order the game an early look in the form of a short multiplayer beta. There have been some minor twists to the way you unlock additional weapons or perks, but this part of the popular shooter is largely the same as it's been for years. The game's twists come from its movement options. The new boosts and slides feel subdued when compared to last year's dashes and jumps. Alright, yeah, if you didn't play last year's game, that really sounds like I just said the same thing twice. At this point, you really have to be all the way down the rabbit hole to care about the specifics of the next Call of Duty game. But that's me. I'm one of those people. It seems interesting so far, but I still think I enjoyed last year's game a bit more. I'll have to see how it all comes together when the full game hits in November. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Microsoft dips further into the remake hole this week with Gears of War Ultimate Edition for Xbox One. It's a $40 package that does some light touch-up work to the campaign while putting a little more elbow grease into the competitive part of the game. Gears was huge when it came out back in 2006, but over those 9 years, a lot has changed. A lot of the elements that Gears of War popularized, like systems built to make hiding behind things easy and effective, became commonplace in the games that followed. That means that Gears of War is hard to go back to. It feels overly simple and repetitive nowadays, and the technical upgrades are half-baked. The multiplayer side runs smoother than ever and looks nice, but that's probably only going to be fun if you've played a ton of Gears of War, because the competition out there is already totally savage. It would have been nice if the Horde mode from later Gears games made an appearance here, but as it stands, this package is a real dud. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. If you had to put a bow on the entire Metal Gear franchise, and given Konami's seeming lack of interest in big-budget console games, this might actually be the case, Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain feels like a pretty great way to do it. The game's out this week on multiple platforms. It's an open-world stealth game set in 1984, with Big Boss waking from a coma and rebuilding his ultimate private military force. Naturally, you do that by strapping balloons to things. In between all the serious military action, there are a lot of goofy, charming moments, like when I knocked out a bear, strapped a balloon to it, and airlifted it to my base, where some animal rights group paid me for getting the animal out safely. It's a weird mix that goes super deep in areas that most games gloss right over. I haven't tried the multiplayer yet, and the microtransactions there make it look filthy on the surface, but the campaign is long, weird, and full of things to totally obsess over. I highly recommend it. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. We talked about it a few weeks ago, but let's swing back around and check in with Super Mario Maker now that it's here and available now on the Wii U. This thing is nuts. Nintendo is letting everyone make levels using pieces from the original Super Mario Bros. And a couple of other classic Mario games with tools that are easy to use and surprisingly powerful. I don't want to get all misty and nostalgic on you, but Super Mario Maker is the kind of thing I've been waiting for since the 80s. Nintendo is granting you access to the very building blocks of modern gaming. The coin, the question mark block, the hopping turtle with wings, and yes, the gentle mushroom that makes you bigger. Of course, you can also share and play levels online, so you get unfettered access to a zillion levels of varying quality. The tools for sifting through those levels aren't great, but let's hope the cream rises to the top and we can all find some levels worth playing. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The Tokyo Game Show is set to kick off in Japan this week, and Sony has gone out ahead of the show to make a handful of announcements. The most important one for that market? A price cut for the PlayStation 4, bringing it down to 34,980 yen, or about $290.
Are we supposed to take that seriously?
The console hasn't been taking off over there the same way it has here, so that might help Sony put more hardware into more Japanese homes. I wouldn't immediately expect a similar drop for the US market, where Sony is ahead of Microsoft's Xbox One. Right now, the PS4 sells in the States for $400. Some games were also talked about, including an add-on for Bloodborne called The Old Hunters, a PS4 PS4 version of Gravity Rush, a multiplayer shooter set in the Resident Evil universe, and more. All told, it was meatier than last year's event, which mostly focused on Western games headed east. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The last several years have been extremely unkind to EA's long-running basketball series, NBA Live. The once dominant annual release fell into disrepair over the course of the last generation of console games, leading to the company taking a break, renaming the game, and trying to get it right. That game got canceled days before its retail release, and nothing's been the same since. EA tried to get Live back on track with the release of the PS4 and Xbox One. Next week, the company releases NBA Live 16. But the free demo and copies that have been given out at various events prior to release make this year's game look just as busted, with players that don't look like their real-life counterparts, balls flying through bodies, shots leaving hands at impossible angles, and more. How does this happen? Is it weird that this makes me, a non-basketball fan, actually want to see this train wreck for myself? I'll get a chance to see if it's as rough as the pre-release coverage looks next week. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5 hits shelves this week, but don't let the number fool you. Activision's been making these games for 16 years. This one's supposed to be a return to form, back to the classics that made the series a hit in the first place. Instead, it's a sadness factory full of broken dreams and some of the worst stuff I've seen in a game all year. From top to bottom, Tony Hawk is half-baked. It's got a forced online lobby that doesn't benefit the game in any way. In fact, it forces you into a ton of loading screens before you can try the game's poorly designed, numbingly repetitive objectives. The levels are lifeless, and the changes made to the trick system detract from the gameplay. And it hitches up like a game that's months away from completion. But instead of saying, well, hopefully they'll have enough time to fix all this, Activision is selling it right now for $60. Is this an actual crime? This almost feels like an actual crime. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The Plastic Instruments are back. Rock Band 4 hits store shelves this week, bringing the series to the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One for the first time. Are you ready to fill up your living rooms with drum kits, guitars, and mic stands all over again? If you are, then you might actually be able to get off light. Both versions support some of the old instruments from the Xbox 360 and PS3, as well as newly available gear that fills the same role. But the game itself hasn't changed much. Actually, it's missing a handful of features, and plenty of songs from the older games haven't carried over. But the core of it, getting people in a room and playing along to nearly 2,000 songs, that is still right there. It also has new freestyle guitar solos that let you play what you want and attempt to virtually shred. It's a cool idea, but let's face it, you're no Eddie Van Halen. You can disable that and play the solos as written, which I ended up preferring. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Sony has cut the price of the PlayStation 4 in North America. This brings the US cost of the console down to $349.99. I suppose that means we're officially entering the holiday season where the heavy-hitting software launches for consoles and everyone starts bundling up games to move as many units as possible. Microsoft is taking that bundle approach with their Xbox One, which is also available in some forms at $349.99. But they're also offering bundles that come with larger hard drives, high-end controllers, and first-run games. They're taking pre-orders on a console that'll come with Fallout 4 and a 1TB hard drive for $399. It might be tempting to run out and pick up one of these new consoles, but these prices will probably only get lower as retailers try to find ways to get you in their doors once holiday shopping kicks off for real. You might want to hang back for a few weeks and see who will sweeten the pot and just how sweet it'll get before opening your wallet. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
I have a job to do.
The Master Chief and Cortana make their return this week with the release of Halo 5 Guardians for the Xbox One. The story mode picks up where the previous game left off. Cortana, the AI lady who was slowly going crazy, has vanished. The Master Chief is directly violating orders by trying to hunt her down. So another batch of Space Marines are dispatched to find and stop the Master Chief. This leads to a Halo 2-like story where the perspective switches off between the two factions, but the team chasing down the Chief is a little boring. In the end, the action more than makes up for Halo's deficiencies. Working your way through the enemy forces alone or with a crew of friends is a lot of fun, and the game looks and sounds fantastic too. The competitive multiplayer has some frustrating missteps here and there, but generally speaking, the whole package totals up to a good time. 4 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
I can feel it taking over.
It's November, so that means it's time for a new Call of Duty game. I've had some time to put Black Ops 3 through its paces, and it's weird. This might be the most stuff they've ever crammed into a Call of Duty. It's got a campaign with online co-op, a round-based co-op battle mode, competitive multiplayer, that zombies mode, another secret zombies mode, a fake Wikipedia full of CIA spy talk, a free-running mode with time trial leaderboards, and actually, maybe that's it. The story goes in some really wild directions, but the action is as straightforward as it's ever been, which is disappointing. The mobility options give you wall running and boosted jumps, but you can't dash sideways like you could in last year's game, which I still think is a better multiplayer shooter than this one is. I mean, yeah, it's got all these modes, but if it doesn't feel great to play, are any of them really worthwhile? I'm still figuring that one out. For a full review of Call of Duty Black Ops 3, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
This wasn't the world I wanted, but it was the one I found myself in.
Players lined up to return to the wasteland this week as Bethesda released the long-awaited Fallout 4 on PC, Xbox One, and PlayStation 4. It's a huge, sprawling world full of locations to explore, mutant dogs to shoot, and synthetic humans to think about. Are they sentient? Do they deserve basic human rights? Or are they just slaves? But between all that moralizing, you'll find an expansive shooter with plenty of little stories and interesting characters to consider. Improvements have been made here and there, but if you've played the developer's previous games, you might be disappointed that this big world is full of a lot of the same aggravating issues that have appeared in some of the earlier games. Also, the console versions can run into some nasty performance deficits, so if you're going to play it, I'd recommend the PC version if at all possible. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and we're here with the latest from the world of video games. The rampage of pre-movie Star Wars marketing rages on this week with something that's hopefully a little more substantial than a toaster shaped like Darth Vader's head. It's Star Wars Battlefront, out now on PS4, Xbox One, and PC. Though the Battlefront name carries some legacy, back to a set of popular shooters made a decade ago, this one comes from EA, from some of the same people who bring you the Battlefield series. As such, this Star Wars game feels more like a stripped-down, laser-sorted-up take on EA's other shooters. It looks fantastic and plays well enough, but with no campaign and some repetitive modes, I ended up playing it for about 3 hours before feeling like I've had my fill. Unless you're just fiending for anything that says Star Wars on the box, the game kinda lacks a hook. Our reviewer gives it a 3 out of 5. You might want to wait for a sale. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The year is rapidly winding down. Let's look over the last few upcoming video games and see if anything stands out. December 1st, we'll see the release of Rainbow Six Siege, which is a multiplayer-focused hostage situation where you either barricade yourself in a position or attempt to breach said position for a rescue. It seemed okay back at E3 this year, but also a little one note. Just Cause 3 is also due out on the same day. It's a big, crazy open-world explosion simulator where you glide around the world with infinite bombs and do whatever. It looked great the last time I saw it, but hopefully there's more to it than simple wild chaos. Nintendo's got Xenoblade Chronicles Cross. Early word on this Wii U RPG has been very positive, but it might not be the game for you if you're looking for something that gets going quick. From here on out, it's year in review season. What will win our Game of the Year award? Well, I've got to go figure that out. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Blowing stuff up. It's It's largely illegal in the real world, but can be surprisingly enjoyable within the confines of a friendly video game. And no game this year has focused more on blowing stuff up than just Cause 3. The game picks up the continuing adventures of mercenary-turned-revolutionary Rico Rodriguez, who returns to his homeland to take on an oppressive dictator. And how do you do that? Well, you're armed with a grappling hook, parachute, and wingsuit that makes gliding your way around a large open world feel great. And you're armed with a limitless supply of explosives, letting you take back regions on this island nation the old-fashioned way, by blowing them up. The rebels you're with say they'll rebuild anything you destroy, so just go nuts. The resulting game looks great and has a lot of fun physicsy moments, but it hides its best upgrades behind missions that aren't actually any fun at all. That's a drag. Our reviewer calls it a 4 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The ups and downs of video game fandom took another group for a ride last week as Square Enix showed off the first gameplay footage from its upcoming remake of Final Fantasy VII, which is helpfully titled Final Fantasy VII Remake. The rise happened over the weekend in San Francisco, where the first in-game footage debuted. The update of the 1997 PlayStation game looked a lot sharper and showed a new, more energetic combat system that looked a bit more like Final Fantasy XV or Kingdom Hearts 3. Fans rejoiced! Later that same weekend, Square started putting out details about the game and included the phrase multi-part series. So, it'll be episodic? That sent much of the fan base into a tailspin of profanity and disappointment, despite Square saying that the game is so large that this is the only way they can reasonably bring the game up to modern standards. What a mess. At this rate, the game probably won't be completely out until like 2020 or something. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Hideo Kojima is on the move. The creator of Metal Gear, who has been slowly and unceremoniously sliding out of Konami throughout most of 2015, is finally free and clear of his old employer as of December 15th. So, what's he up to? Well, starting a new studio, of course. The former head of Konami's Kojima Productions has started a new independent game studio called Kojima Productions. That won't be confusing. It would appear that he's getting the band back together with at least some of his former co-workers joining him on his new adventure. The announcement of the new studio came from Sony, who has worked out a deal with Kojima to make whatever game his crew makes exclusive to the PlayStation family of consoles and potentially the PC. I say PlayStation family of consoles because Kojima hasn't exactly been known to be a speedy creator. We don't know what they're up to, and we definitely don't know when they'll have a game ready for shelves. Hey, maybe it'll be a PlayStation 5 launch title, right? For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. What are the best games of 2015? That's what we've been looking to figure out over at GiantBomb.com this week as we assemble a list of award winners for our week-long Game of the Year Awards extravaganza. What's the best game? The worst game? The worst trend? The best-looking game? We locked 8 people around a podcasting table and didn't let them go until the answers had been definitively determined. So shake off the holidays and get a jump start on 2016 by listening to 20 hours of podcasts and reading guest top 10 lists from a cavalcade of game industry luminaries. We'll start working through the list and threatening each other with sharp objects over at GiantBomb.com on December 28th. The debates rage on all week with our best game of 2015 to be revealed on New Year's Day. Check out GiantBomb.com for more details. Okay, I need to go see a guy about some brass knuckles. I am not going to lose any more of these arguments. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. One more important piece of information about our begoggled future was released this week as Oculus set the price and availability for its upcoming virtual reality headset, the Oculus Rift. The package will include the headset, a necessary sensor, a remote control for basic navigation, 2 games, and an Xbox One controller for gaming. The whole thing hooks up to a PC, a solidly upgraded PC in fact, not your cousin's busted old E-machine. The Rift will run you $599 in the US. That's the same price the PlayStation 3 launched at, and no one liked that number. But Oculus and the other headset makers have been signaling for some time that these things are new, crazy, and probably not for everyone until they can make them a little more cheaply. Either way, the headset will launch on March 28th, but as of this recording, pre-ordering a Rift puts you on the list to get one sometime in May. Can't wait to finally see what these things can do now that they're done. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's the beginning of the year, which for the video game industry is a bit of a slow time. There aren't many big games out this month, but the number of games I'm looking forward to is slowly ticking up. Fighting games will play a big role in early 2016, with Street Fighter V landing on February 16th. But hey, the North American release of Nitro Plus Blasters Heroines Infinite Duel is January 26th. So do you want the time-tested formula of Ryu throwing fireballs at Chun-Li? Or Nitro Plus's anime girl fighting madness? Okay, I'll concede that Street Fighter V is probably the more approachable of those two. XCOM 2 is due out on PC on February 5th. We got a look at that recently, and it's the same sort of turn-based strategy game that the previous game was, but with the twist that the aliens aren't invading you. They won. You're the ragtag crew of humans striking back against the alien overlords. That'll probably be pretty cool. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Fight!
Mortal Kombat X is back in the news as Warner Brothers announces plans for Mortal Kombat XL. That's a pretty good name for their Director's Cut re-release, which will include all of the additional characters and costumes that have been released over the past year. These collections are a pretty common industry practice these days, and this one will hit PS4 and Xbox One in March. Oh, what's that? The PC, you ask? Yes, Mortal Kombat X was released on the PC, but future updates, meaning new characters in this just announced XL bundle pack, aren't coming to the PC. Future updates are console only. Weird. Warner's had a shaky track record on the PC lately. MK was broken on the PC on its launch day and required several patches to fix. And the PC version of Batman Arkham Knight was a debacle that took most of 2015 to address. So maybe do a little extra research before buying a WB game on the PC, okay? For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Electronic Arts has announced plans for a showcase of its upcoming lineup, timed to happen right before the Electronic Entertainment Expo, or E3. Cool. E3 is the video game industry's annual summertime trade show where all the new stuff for the holiday season is shown off in greater detail. EA will also be pulling out of E3, which is a first in the show's 20-year history. This EA Play event will happen in London and Los Angeles, and the mega publisher is hoping to feed its message directly to the masses by opening the events up to the public. As people have come to expect a more regular feed of information on upcoming games, the annual trade show concept is starting to feel a little dated. We've been down this road before, with E3 shrinking and growing to try and better fit the needs of the industry. With one large publisher pulling out of the show completely, will others follow? Maybe not this year, but we're gonna have to wait and see on that one. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. LEGO and Star Wars are teaming up again with a new game based on the new movie. That makes this LEGO Star Wars: The Force Awakens. The game will hit on June 28th for just about any modern console you can think of. Warner's been producing these LEGO games for a long time, and they've stuck to a pretty familiar blueprint. The Force Awakens sounds like it might go farther than the rest, allowing players to build multiple things out of the in-game LEGOs and proceed through the story in different ways. Also, part of the game is set between Return of the Jedi and The Force Awakens, potentially allowing for some interesting untold stories. For me, the most fascinating untold story has to do with how this game came together. With Warner producing a toys-to-life LEGO game that competes directly with Disney's Star Wars figure-based Infinity series, I'm a little surprised that they're continuing to work together. But hey, these things make money, right? And that's the force that truly pushes these projects forward. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. I'm finally finishing up with The Witness, which is now available on PC and PlayStation 4 for $40. It's a fascinating mishmash of hardcore logic puzzles and a beautiful island to explore. On the puzzle end, the game presents you with hundreds of puzzles based on different variations of line puzzles. The catch is that the game doesn't come right out and tell you the rules of each one. So what does it mean when a Tetris piece appears in a puzzle? What does it mean when there are black dots along the puzzle's track? These are all things you'll be introduced to and forced to roll around in your head as you explore. The island itself poses a different mystery. Why is it there? Who left all these weird touchscreen puzzle boards all over the place? And what does it all mean? I've quote-unquote finished The Witness, but the truths I seek are deeper. I'm still peeling back the layers, but it's clear that The Witness is a special game. You should definitely check it out. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Sony and Capcom have teamed up to release Street Fighter V, which is available on the PC and PlayStation 4 this week. The fighting is fantastic, giving old characters new techniques, adding great new combatants, and feeling as tight as ever. It's got a roster that I was initially cold on, but I'm starting to warm up to more and more of the game's 16 playable characters as time goes on. But I'm not going to tell you to run out and buy Street Fighter V just yet, and here's why. The game launched in an incredibly messy state. All of your progression and unlockable costumes only stick if you're connected, and the game's servers have been up and down all week, effectively breaking that progression. Also, most of the game's meatier solo modes aren't in the game yet, making this a game that I can only recommend to people who already play a lot of Street Fighter, since they'll be prepared for multiplayer. If you're not in that subsection of players, at least wait until March, when some additional features are supposed to show up. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Microsoft revealed more of its upcoming lineup last week, but the news wasn't all about the Xbox. The company's been easing back into PC games lately, and we're starting to see more of what they're talking about. That Gears of War remake is now available for Windows 10, and a free Forza Motorsport that uses tracks and cars from last year's Forza is due shortly. Killer Instinct will be on the PC soon, and if you pre-order the Xbox version of Quantum Break, you get a PC version for free. All of this points to attempts to unify the company's gaming efforts. Microsoft is even hinting at an upgraded Xbox One hitting somewhere down the line, which is sort of crazy. But considering the console hasn't exactly been burning up the sales charts, this pivot to new ideas and less reliance on a closed console seems like it's the strategy going forward. You might not want to buy the current Xbox One until some of the dust has settled around all this. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Ubisoft's latest military shooter, The Division, has finally hit shelves this week after multiple delays that pushed the game back like 2 years. We've started to dig into it, and so far it's got potential. Cool. The Division is a third-person shooter that lets you hide behind obstacles like Gears of War, as you, a government operative sent into quarantine to New York to help restore order after a viral outbreak, gun down a bunch of looters, escaped convicts, and paramilitary goons. It's an online-focused game for some reason, but you'll only see other players in confined sections unless you team up with friends. The real-world setting means that you're dealing with a fairly narrow, realistic batch of guns, and so far I'm just shooting various humans in the face over and over again. The enemy combatants are pretty dumb, but I'm still enjoying some parts of the character building. I'm curious to see how it all pans out as I trudge through the back half of the game. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The race to virtual reality is on, and anxious game players will receive some of the first widely available headsets later this month. Sony also solidified its plans for PlayStation VR this week, and we got a closer look at the final version of the PS4 compatible unit. The lightweight goggles will come as part of a package running $399 in the US, and it'll be released in October. The catch is that the head tracking aspect of the VR gear works with the PS4 camera, which was sold separately back at launch. So if you didn't get one of those, you'll need one. Sony will probably have a handful of bundles that include that for a different price. The unit also works with PlayStation Move wands. Those are the glowy controllers that Sony released for the PS3. Not all games will support the Move controllers. In fact, at a recent showcase of the PSVR, most games worked with a regular PS4 controller, but that's still some extra cost if you want to do it all. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. These days, most driving games take themselves a little too seriously. They're trying to simulate the act of driving a real-world high-performance car, often on real-world racetracks. That's fine, but I miss the classic days of wild, arcade-style driving, where you can drift forever, hit monstrous jumps, and just focus on having a good time. Trackmania Turbo is out on PS4, Xbox One, and PC, and parts of it feel like a throwback to those days. The skies above the tracks were bright blue, and pumping music lends everything an additional level of intensity. It handles really well as you try to drift, jump, or get off-road. Oh, and you can also drive up the sides of walls? I've been a big Trackmania fan for some time on the PC, but sometimes its big ideas got a little too arcane. Turbo feels like a solid cleanup that keeps those great ideas while presenting them in a friendlier way. Give it a look. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Facebook-owned Oculus shipped its first virtual reality headset for PCs this week. The Oculus Rift is officially upon us, or at least it's shipping out to people who pre-ordered the $599 Rift package a couple of months back. The Rift hooks up to a PC and has its own storefront, like Steam, but exclusively for Oculus's VR software lineup. The store launched with about 30 games in it, with genres ranging from intense cockpit-focused space combat sims like Eve Valkyrie and Elite Dangerous to Mario 64-esque platformers like Lucky's Tale. But there's kind of a problem. The technology is amazing. Being immersed in virtual reality is a singular experience that you need to see to believe. It's powerful. It could change everything. But most of these games, they just aren't very good. Try to find a friend who bought one and try it out. It's great, but maybe don't buy one of your own unless you're willing to wait for the software to mature. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. This week, the developers of Max Payne and Microsoft come together to release an ambitious project called Quantum Break, which attempts to merge one part video game with one part television show. The resulting mix is, sadly, underwhelming. Quantum Break is a time travel story where you play as a character with time powers. This essentially means it's a third-person shooter where you can hide behind cover, but you can also cause enemies to freeze up for a few seconds. The action gives way to episodes of a TV series that tries to fill in some backstory using characters on the other side of the conflict. There are neat ideas all across Quantum Break, which only serves to make the game that much more disappointing once you start to realize that every single aspect of the thing is a little undercooked, from the drab gunplay and the action sequences to the low-budget look and uninteresting story found on the TV side of things. It's very ambitious, but I'd probably pass on this one. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Yes, indeed.
From Software has taken a long, winding path to success, but its Dark Souls franchise has become both wildly popular and notoriously difficult for most players. Bandai Namco publishes From's latest game, Dark Souls 3, on the PS4, Xbox One, and PC this week. These games have quickly become one of those, if you know, then you know situations. At the outset, they seem impenetrable, and perhaps even unfair in their difficulty. But fans of the series know that once you get the hang of swinging a weapon and rolling around your enemies just right, there isn't anything else like it. Dark Souls 3 contains more overt references to the previous games than we've seen up until this point. It seems like this could be the last game to bear the name Dark Souls, but with From developing other similar games like Bloodborne, I'll bet we haven't seen the last of this type of game from them. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Sony is working on an upgraded version of its PlayStation 4 console, and we've got some additional details to share. The unit, which is currently going by its internal codename Neo, will have beefier internals, like a faster CPU and a better graphics processor. This sort of thing is quite rare in the world of video game consoles because it raises a lot of questions about what this would mean for owners of the existing console. From the documentation we've seen, it sounds like all games from October forward will be required to support the Neo, which can enable things like support for 4K TVs, better frame rates, and other potentially powerful benefits. But all games will still be required to work on the existing PlayStation 4 too. With that October deadline for developers, we could be seeing the Neo on shelves this holiday season, but that part is unclear too. We're expecting to hear the official word from Sony at E3, the annual trade show, which gets underway in 2 months. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Nintendo is back in the news with news about its upcoming news. Alright, let's pull this one apart. The company issued its latest earnings report, which didn't sound so great. But it also had some news about its next game platform, which is currently codenamed NX. For starters, the rumored console handheld hybrid won't be shown at this year's Electronic Entertainment Expo, which is something of a surprise. The company confirmed that it will talk more about the device and its games later this year. They also confirmed that the new Legend of Zelda game, formerly announced for the Wii U, would also be coming to NX, and both will be released in 2017. Nintendo is expanding further into mobile games after the success of Miitomo, its weird little social data mining network. Products based on Fire Emblem and Animal Crossing will be next. The company's clearly reaching out in new directions, and we'll have to wait to see how, or if, the NX brings it all together. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
So, are you ready to seek your fortune?
One of Sony's marquee franchises is set to return as we near release day for Uncharted 4, A Thief's End for the PlayStation 4. This next chapter of Nathan Drake's archaeological adventures is said to be his last, though I wouldn't be shocked to see them find some new ways to keep the Uncharted franchise running. The game largely relies on the same mix of action, swashbuckling, and climbing that have made up the previous games in the series, with big set pieces and plenty of explosive moments. Uncharted 4 really benefits from the move to newer hardware, resulting in fantastic graphics. Yes, this Uncharted contains all the same pieces that have been in every other one, but each one of those pieces is simply done better than they've done it before. The multiplayer end of Uncharted has always been pretty forgettable, but the campaign and story have been the things that have driven the franchise's popularity. With that in mind, our reviewer enjoyed it a great deal, scoring it a full 5 out of 5. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Disney has decided to exit the video game publishing business this week, meaning that the well-liked and seemingly popular Disney Infinity franchise is no more. The news came as part of the company's regularly scheduled earnings report and was followed up by comments from Disney CEO Bob Iger, who stated that the company lacked confidence when it came to staying in the publishing business. Over 300 jobs were cut in the move, which shuttered the game's developers, Utah-based Avalanche Software. Disney's been left with a bunch of unsold inventory, so there's probably a warehouse full of Star Wars and Marvel figures out there somewhere. Meanwhile, the other players in the video games with figurines space are still trucking, with Activision still in the Skylanders business and Warner continuing to release new LEGO Dimensions figures. Both companies are expected to have new installments of their games at next month's Electronic Entertainment Expo.
At the end of the day, it's a game. Don't you think there's more to it than that?
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's earnings season, which means the video game industry has been full of short announcements of new projects. Some happening soon, some not so soon. Let's go over a few and get up to date, shall we? 2K Games has announced plans for Sid Meier's Civilization VI. The long-running popular franchise will celebrate its 25th anniversary this year, and the latest installment will see release on the PC this October. Electronic Arts is going to stay in the Star Wars business, with a new Star Wars Battlefront set for release in 2017, and a Star Wars game from the Dead Space studio Visceral Games for 2018. The company also announced that the next Battlefield game will be set in World War I and will be called Battlefield 1. Ghost Games won't have a new Need for Speed until next year, and Respawn's Titanfall 2 is due out this holiday season. That's a lot for EA, but the company seems to be taking a longer view, even making sure to state that an unannounced action game they're working on won't be out until 2020. That's not soon. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Conflict. As the world teetered on the brink of anarchy, a new hope arose.
Blizzard has launched its hotly anticipated team-based shooter Overwatch for the PC, PS4, and Xbox One this week. There's been a lot of excitement around this one since it was announced, and with good reason. It's impressively put together, with a character-based system that gives you a full roster of lively characters to choose from, each of which fills a different role on a team. So you'll want to play together with others to make sure you've got a good healer, strong defenders, attackers, and all that sort of stuff. The game makes playing a support class fun, which is hard to do. I've never wanted to be the guy hanging back and healing other players, but now I do that all the time. As someone who never got into Team Fortress 2, which is probably the most direct comparison point for Overwatch, I'm pretty surprised that I like Overwatch as much as I do. Check it out. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. With the video game industry's annual trade show, E3, right around the corner, the leaks and pre-show announcements are starting to pick up. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference, but this one's pretty definitively a leak. Online reports have confirmed with sources that Microsoft is not working on one, but at least two new Xboxes for release over the next year or so. The first one we'll likely see is a redesigned Xbox One that loses a lot of the size, but maintains the same basic gaming capabilities of the current model. These sorts of slim consoles are pretty standard, but next year's supposed model is the interesting one, as it's said to be packing some hefty upgrades, surpassing not only the current PlayStation 4, but also the PS4 Neo that Sony currently has in development. Microsoft's been behind Sony for some time, but a more powerful box with VR capabilities might put them on the right track. It'll be an interesting couple of weeks for new announcements anyway. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Why wait for a big annual trade show like E3 to get your new game announcement out there, right? That's what a large chunk of the game industry said this week as multiple companies scramble to announce their upcoming games. So here's a quick rundown on what we expect to see more of in Los Angeles this week. Ubisoft has formally announced Watch Dogs 2, which will release later this year. The Mortal Kombat team is working on a follow-up to Injustice: Gods Among Us. The DC Comics fighting game will hit in 2017, probably April. Square has a mobile take on Deus Ex in the works for release this summer. A trademark leak seems to confirm that the makers of The Witcher 3 are spinning its card game Gwent out into a full-fledged game of its own. And speaking of leaks, Capcom is apparently working on Dead Rising 4, and that's not all.
It's a lot like you remember it. Except for instead of sitting around a table, we do it for real.
For more updates from E3 in this week of hot video game news, check out GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The Electronic Entertainment Expo is now underway. This annual trade show for video games is typically packed full of announcements and playable demos. As you listen to this, I'm running around Los Angeles to check out the likes of Titanfall 2, Final Fantasy 15, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Wildlands, which is that crazy cocaine cartel game that Ubisoft debuted last year, and Injustice 2, the DC Comics fighting game from the makers of Mortal Kombat. Of course, the big announcements come out of the press conferences, where Sony and Microsoft will probably show off heavy hitters like Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, Gears of War 4, and hopefully Crackdown 3. Both companies are working on upgraded versions of their existing consoles, but this probably isn't the right time for either of them to get too deep into the details of their upcoming plans. We'll probably hear more specifics about those later this year, if not early next. We'll be back next week with a full breakdown of everything that's happened, but if you want to follow the action we're broadcasting all week, over at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
It is time! I will bring it down! You will kill it!
2016 is shaping up to be a really exciting year for video games, but we're also starting to hear more about games we'll be playing in the years to come. Sony recently confirmed development of a new game in the God of War franchise. Now, if you're like me, this initial news doesn't sound too exciting. Kratos has always been a one-note character who gets dumber and dumber with each outing, and the action has been flashy, but mashy. But Sony put out an extended look at what they're working on, and it's a very different game. Kratos is in dad mode here, with a giant beard and a son who runs around the environment. It sounds like you'll be able to command him during battle, and the structure of the game looks more like something you'd expect from the next Tomb Raider rather than a new God of War. That's way more exciting. Unfortunately, there's no date on this yet. I bet we won't see it until like 2018. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Pokemon is about to invade the world of Android and iOS with the release of Pokemon Go, a location-based game from the developers of Ingress. Like Ingress, Pokemon Go encourages you to get out and take a walk around the real world as you hunt for Pokemon, fight to gain control of local gyms, and perhaps attempt to catch them all? I got an early look at the game, and it all seems incredibly shallow. Having an excuse to get out and go for a walk is always welcome, but the deeper, elemental-focused encounters of classic Pokemon have been replaced with this lame little timing minigame. I certainly wouldn't expect this free app to wholly duplicate the classic role-playing style of Nintendo's Pokemon games, but once you're past the novelty of walking around the real world and capturing Pokemon with your phone, there isn't much else there. Maybe kids would be into it, but kids are already masters of the more engaging action of the real Pokemon games, so Pokemon Go comes off as insultingly simple. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. These days, it seems like no video game is ever truly finished. In some cases, like when games ship in a completely broken state, that's a bad thing. But for the increasingly competitive world of competitive games, updates breathe new life into games and keep players focused. That's good for publishers who are always trying to find new ways to stop players from drifting off to something else. Blizzard's gotten quite good at this sort of thing over the years, and we're starting to see some of the first major updates for Overwatch. A few balance changes here and there are looking to take care of some common player complaints, and they're also testing out the game's first new character, Ana. Ana's a sniper and a support character who can deal out the healing and the hurting at long distances. She's not out on the regular servers yet, but players interested in getting a sneak peek can flip over to the public test realm and try her out ahead of schedule.
Ana, reporting for duty. I have you in my sights.
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Namco has made a lot of Pac-Man games over the years, and let's be blunt, most of them have been awful. Until recently, I'd probably say that Super Pac-Man was the last good Pac-Man game, and that came out in like 1982. But then Pac-Man Championship Edition came out in 2007. It was a frenetic, amazing take on those age-old ghost-eating mechanics with the type of online leaderboards that kept you chasing your friends for months. The full sequel to that game, called Pac-Man Championship Edition 2, is now on the calendar for a September release on Xbox One, PS4, and PC. The initial details make it sound even more over the top than the previous game, with giant ghosts, more chain-eating, crazy effects, and yeah, I loved the last couple of games. They revived Pac-Man in an awesome modern way, and I couldn't be more excited to see how this new one turns out. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Online reports are starting to draw a sketch of what Nintendo's next hardware might be like. Eurogamer has a list of details about the device, which it claims to have corroborated across multiple sources. According to the report, Nintendo's next device, codenamed NX, will be a handheld device that can be docked to a TV, allowing players to take games with them or plop down in front of a big screen and play there. Considering the company has been a bit more successful on the handheld side lately, it makes sense, if only because it allows the company to present a unified front and put out all of its games on one platform instead of spreading them across two. From a processing perspective, the platform's been said to be less powerful than the current consoles, but considering it's a handheld device, maybe we should be looking at it as something that's probably more powerful than the 3DS. The report claims that Nintendo will make it official in September. We'll have to wait and see if that turns out to be the case. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Hello Games has finally shipped No Man's Sky for the PlayStation 4 and PC. The sci-fi exploration game captured the imaginations of players with a game that looked nearly infinite. The vast universe represented by more galaxies than you can count, each one potentially teeming with various forms of alien life, resource deposits, upgrades, who knows what you might find. Well, now that I'm sinking my teeth into it, the universe doesn't feel quite so vast. Don't get me wrong, the game is beautiful, and there's a thrill to skulking through tiny buildings in search of better gear as you try to become more proficient at alien languages. But the variety in encounters from world to world is really thin, leading to repetition that I certainly didn't expect to see in my first 5 hours. There are some truly amazing things in No Man's Sky, but if you've been swept up in all the years of hype and think this might be the last game you ever need to buy, you might want to come back down to earth. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
The problem with being a hero is you have to be willing to die for what you believe in.
I somehow keep forgetting that Titanfall 2 is out this October. Maybe it's because Respawn's first-person shooter isn't annual the way Battlefield and Call of Duty are. The developers are kicking the tires on the game with 2 weekend technical tests designed to let players get their hands on a limited version of the game and try to hammer on those servers. With any luck, this will result in a smoother launch, but let's not be naive here. It also gives them a chance to market the game and remind people that it's coming. The first game, a multiplayer-only first-person shooter that allowed players to run around on foot or hop into gigantic mech suits to do battle, was pretty amazing, but it lacked variety in its items and loadouts. The sequel adds grappling hooks and a wider assortment of weapons, along with a single-player story mode, which should help round out the package. For now, though, there's always the test running this weekend. Check it out. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Adam Jensen returns to crouch walk his way around the latest game in the Deus Ex franchise. Mankind Divided hits PS4, Xbox One, and PC this week. The game maintains a similar balance of first-person shooting, action, adventure, and role-playing as the previous Deus Ex. Depending on how you build your character, you might shoot your way into a situation, sneak in using optical camouflage, or maybe you'll just talk your way through any potentially violent situations. That freedom to approach things in different ways separates Deus Ex from a lot of other first-person games, and it's what really makes Mankind Divided work. That's not to say it's without issue, of course. The main story is really lame, especially when compared to the side missions, and there's a big new mode called Breach that goes nowhere fast. All that said, I still had a really good time with it.
Sometimes you just have to let go and embrace what you've become.
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. We're about a week away from a planned event from Sony's PlayStation division, where the company is expected to finally confirm details about an upgraded PlayStation 4 currently only known by its code name, Neo. This upgraded console will support all the existing PS4 games, and going forward, most every game released will support both versions of the console. The Neo sounds like it's primarily built for people who own a 4K TV, with an internal scaler helping games reach that high resolution. But the console is also said to be somewhat more powerful, which may end up leading to people with lower resolution televisions still seeing some kind of performance boost. This will all come alongside a redesigned version of the existing PlayStation 4, which sounds like it could sell for around $299. The same analysts making that prediction are saying the Neo would likely go for $399, which all sounds just about right to me. We'll know more soon. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Nintendo's been dipping its toes in the mobile business for a little bit now, but it's about to get a lot more serious. Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of Mario himself, walked out onto Apple's stage at the company's iPhone 7 reveal event to announce that a new Mario game would be debuting on iOS. That game is Super Mario Run, and it appears to be a Mario-themed take on those automatic runners like Cannonball and Temple Run. The graphics are styled after the new Super Mario Bros. Games, and it'll have some score challenges you can use to compete with your friends. There will be a free version of the game with one payment unlocking the rest of the game's levels, and all of that will debut on Apple's phones in December, with Android to follow. It looks decent, but the question remains, do I really want to play a game where my control over Mario is reduced to a simple tap to jump? We'll see. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Microsoft's annual racing game is taking to the streets this week as Forza Horizon 3 launches for Xbox One and PC. Horizon is a particular flavor of Forza, trading out the real-world tracks and serious tone of a simulation for an open world with races that tear up everything from city streets to rainforests. This year's game is set in Australia, and it's a better open world than the previous Horizon. You'll still plow through dozens of races, buy cars, tune them, and paint them. This year features an online version of the campaign mode, which sounds like a pleasant way to play if you've got a few friends who want to race it out with you on a regular basis. This is also a fantastic-looking game, both on the Xbox One and on the PC. I wish the story and surrounding characters in Horizon 3 were a little more over-the-top and interesting, but from what I've played so far, this is one of the series' best to date. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Where is the Nintendo NX? Nintendo's next video game platform, which leaks indicate will merge the company's handheld ideas with those of a traditional console that can either be docked for use in front of a TV or taken with you wherever you want to play, is supposed to be released in March. Meanwhile, Nintendo hasn't even officially announced the thing or confirmed anything about it. So far, the company's done more to deliberately not talk about NX, because every single event they have about 3DS games comes with a disclaimer that they won't be talking NX there at all. So people are starting to wonder, what's going on over there? Is the company scrambling to get games ready before they reveal it? Is the design of the unit still coming together? Are they pursuing an Apple-like approach and just waiting until a week before launch to talk about it at all? Any way you look at it, it's really weird. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The virtual world gets that much closer this week as Sony prepares to unleash the PlayStation VR onto the world. It's a PlayStation 4 compatible VR headset that sells in a bundle for $500 that comes with the headset, the camera you need for tracking, and 2 PlayStation Move wands for games that want to track and simulate hands. That more or less makes it the most affordable non-mobile VR experience of the year, considering the Rift and Vive require you to build a pretty powerful PC. So, how is it? The jury's still out on that, unfortunately. I've spent several hours with PlayStation VR, but the pre-release experience has been very rough. That's a bummer because PlayStation VR has some cool games like Super Hypercube, Rez, and 100-Foot Robot Golf. At this point, I'm waiting to see if they issue any software updates to fix the tracking problems I've experienced. The headset's not out until the 13th, so maybe it'll all be fine by the time those pre-orders start shipping? For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. As we cruise into the hot and heavy season for big video game releases, we're starting to see the game industry's big guns, meaning sequels, hit the streets. This week, I've been playing Gears of War 4 on the Xbox One and PC. Actually, I've mostly been playing it on the PC. This is one of Microsoft's Play Anywhere games, so if you buy a digital copy of the game, you can play on either platform and your progress seamlessly moves back and forth between both versions. It's pretty cool. The game itself is pretty cool too, picking up years after the events of Gears 3 and putting you in the shoes of J.D. Phoenix, son of Marcus, as you investigate a new but potentially also old threat. The requisite multiplayer modes are in place too, and I'm particularly enjoying the game's co-op focused horde mode. The competitive multiplayer is all shotguns and rolling around, and it's not my thing at all. But the game's worth a look for sure.
Okay, get on that fabricator and build some defenses.
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The publishers of Grand Theft Auto confirmed their next game this week with the announcement of Red Dead Redemption 2 for Xbox One and PlayStation 4. The previous game, detailing the adventures of John Marston as he attempts to track down his old gang of outlaws while performing some odd jobs, playing poker, and doing various other open world sort of things, was wildly successful. So news of a sequel has been met with a lot of excitement. Details about the new game are relatively scarce, as the company announced the game with a teaser image, about 2 sentences of info, and news that the game's first trailer would be forthcoming. At this point, a handful of leaks and other educated guesses have made a Red Dead sequel a fairly obvious next step for Rockstar. Still, it's nice to finally have some official word. The game is scheduled for release next fall. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. While everyone's frothing at the mouth for more news about Nintendo's next new console, the Switch, Nintendo has another piece of hardware due out this month. November will see the release of the NES Classic Edition, a decidedly retro piece of hardware that seems poised to pull in lapsed players and current ones alike. This thing is a tiny Nintendo. It's modeled after the original Nintendo Entertainment System, first released in 1985. But you won't be buying tiny cartridges for this one. Like a lot of the other flashback or plug-and-play retro devices cluttering up mall kiosks and toy stores over the last several years, the NES Classic Edition comes with games built right in. So you can plug it in quickly, fire it up, and play games like Final Fantasy I, Mega Man 2, Tecmo Bowl, and more. Personally, I already own these games, but it's a cool-looking tiny Nintendo that's only $60. I almost want to get one and just put it on a shelf somewhere. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Another November is upon us, and that means there's another Call of Duty on shelves. Infinite Warfare is out now on PS4, Xbox One, and PC. This year's game ditches all that near-future business from the past few and goes all the way to just plain old future. Most of the game is set in space, as you fly around in your big capital ship, boarding enemy ships, shooting sniper rifles in space, and planting your feet on Mars to take on an opposing faction of people from the space frontier who've decided that Earth is the enemy for some reason. It's the best campaign they've had in years. Unfortunately, the multiplayer feels feels extra flat this year, taking most of its inspiration from last year's lackluster installment. You can get a lot of value out of this because there's an $80 version that also includes a remastered version of Call of Duty 4, but the whole package is so uneven that I'd advise people to wait for a sale. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
You've got a weird relationship with technology, you know that, right?
Watch Dogs gets a sequel this week on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. Watch Dogs 2 livens things up a bit compared to its predecessor by taking a lighter tone and providing a more youthful, lively cast of characters. Underneath all that, it's still another hacking-focused open-world game, but the tonal change is enough to make it stand out. The previous game was flat and pretty dull, especially by comparison. In Watch Dogs 2, you play as a hacker named Marcus who hooks up with a crew called DedSec. You then set out to take on big data in all its forms, mostly by causing problems for the game's fictional versions of Facebook and Google. The hacking abilities can be fun to use and the shooting is fine, but it's the writing that stands out here. It's light and fun in a way that these games usually aren't. It also has a pretty great recreation of San Francisco and Oakland, though that'll probably only matter if you already know those cities.
Ah, the San Francisco Bay.
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The holiday shopping season is about to kick off. If you're like me, the very thought fills you with dread and the fear of getting trampled, but I should at least prep you with a few decent Black Friday deals. Virtual reality will be getting slightly cheaper, with HTC's Vive shaving off $100. Of course, that means it'll still be $700, but VR deals are pretty hard to come by. I wouldn't recommend a full-price copy of this year's Call of Duty, but the Legacy Edition, which also includes the remastered version of Modern Warfare, is dropping from $80 to $60 at retail. Even with that discount, I'd probably still go for Titanfall 2, which has been seen for around $30 lately. That's a crazy deal. Nintendo's got a sweet deal on the 3DS. A new Nintendo 3DS will be hitting shelves for $99. There may not be that much life left in the 3DS, but if you don't have one yet, there are plenty of great games to try. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
I'm afraid you're out of luck.
After years of development, Final Fantasy XV has finally made its way onto store shelves this week for Xbox One and PlayStation 4. The game started life as Final Fantasy Versus 13, a ridiculous bit of word salad that never made much sense, but looked like an intriguing departure from what we think of as the standard role-playing gameplay of a Final Fantasy game. Those ideas eventually coalesced into what we have now, the video game equivalent of a road picture. And by road picture, I mean you're actually driving a car around the world. Various degrees of tech and magic have long been a staple of the franchise, but there's something crazy about literally pulling into a truck stop to buy potions and such. It's a unique take on the franchise with a different feel from its predecessors, and one I'm surprisingly interested in seeing more of for myself. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The high-end virtual reality playing field evened out a bit this week as Oculus released the Oculus Touch, a set of hand controllers that help the Facebook-owned company's VR offerings catch up with HTC's Vive, which has been bundled with a pair of wand controllers since its launch back in April. The Touch controllers feel great, and many games made for the Vive gear work with the Rift headset and Touch controllers right out of the box. Other games are being adapted to better recognize the Touch, and Oculus also launched with a batch of Touch-specific games on its storefront to kick things off. My feelings on VR are complicated since it can be pretty amazing, but with either of the two comparable setups going for about $800 and requiring a reasonably powerful PC, it's hardly an impulse purchase. But with more and more games out there like Superhot VR, Rec Room, and Space Pirate Trainer, the case for VR is getting a bit easier to justify. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. As the year winds down, our thoughts over at Giant Bomb start to turn to the year in review. It was a tumultuous year on the hardware front, with Sony releasing the occasionally awkward PlayStation 4 Pro, and Microsoft committing to launching a more powerful version of its Xbox One next year. Nintendo kept us waiting, but even they finally started talking about the next platform, the Switch, which we'll be hearing about in more detail next month. Then, of course, virtual reality started happening in a big way this year, with the Oculus Rift, HTC Vive, and PlayStation VR. My short take on those is that they're really expensive, but if you already have a powerful PC and a lot of open floor space, you might want to at least consider a Vive or a Rift. You're probably better off waiting to see how all these headsets shake out next year. Next time, we'll turn our attention to some of the games of 2016. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. 2016 is crawling towards its conclusion, so let's take some of this downtime to talk about the year that was in video games. I'd say it was a surprisingly powerful year for new games in all shapes and sizes. Ubisoft made good on some lost potential with Watch Dogs 2, long-awaited games like The Last Guardian and Final Fantasy XV finally came out, and Titanfall 2 and Overwatch came along and brought some much-needed excitement to the world of competitive shooters. They made an episodic Hitman game, and it turned out to be pretty great. Smaller games had a lot going on too. Superhot ended up being one of my favorites, and I recommend you look that up. If you're into quieter, less violent fare, might I suggest Stardew Valley? Actually, if you're looking for a solid primer for this year's releases and want to hear us choose the best of the best of the best, head on over to GiantBomb.com, where we'll be spending the last week of 2016 deliberating the best and worst games of 2016. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. 2016 is just about over, and over at GiantBomb.com, that means we're going through the year and picking out some of our favorite games, and some of the most serious missteps of the year, too. We've got over 30 hours of coverage hitting this week where we talk about the hits, like Doom, Overwatch, Titanfall 2, and Superhot. We're also talking a lot about the year in virtual reality with things like Google Earth and Rec Room. What's our number one game of the year? Well, I'm not going to spoil it for everyone here. You're going to need to come see us over at GiantBomb.com and find out. Next year, we'll be back and ready for the Nintendo Switch, which we should be hearing more about real soon.
Hello everyone, and welcome to a new episode of Nintendo Switch News. Today we have a fully packed program for you, as we will do a deeper take on...
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Okay, we made it to 2017, and there will, once again, be a full year of video games at our disposal. Now what? Well, the calendar is still forming up, but let's briefly go over some of the big known dates for game releases this year. EA just announced that Mass Effect Andromeda will launch on March 21st. That'll be a big one, but every time they show it, I feel slightly less certain about it. Hopefully it comes together well. Resident Evil 7 is due out January 24th. It's a pretty different take on the franchise, and early reaction's been a little mixed. Sega's bringing the PS4 version of Yakuza 0 out in North America on the same day. February's got a couple of meaningful releases lined up already, with Ubi's multiplayer melee combat game For Honor on Valentine's Day and Halo Wars 2 on the 17th. As for March, well, Nintendo's going to be announcing new details on its upcoming console real soon now. Stay tuned. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Microsoft confirmed the cancellation of a game called Scalebound this week, which is starting to make us wonder what exactly the company would be releasing on the Xbox One this year. Scalebound was announced back in 2014, alongside the mess that turned out to be the Halo Master Chief Collection, and Phantom Dust, a game that has already been canceled once, but Microsoft seems to say that it'll eventually happen. The other game announced that year was Crackdown 3, a game that's been unusually dark for some time now. Personally, it's one I'm looking forward to, but will it actually re-emerge this year? Considering the company has new, more powerful Xbox hardware planned for release this year, a big open-world game like Crackdown could be a nice anchor alongside perennials like Forza Motorsport. What else is there? We probably won't know much more about the company's Xbox plans before E3 this summer.
At the end of the day, it's a game. Don't you think there's more to it than that?
For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Nintendo has finally given more details on its next game platform, the Switch.
An ego trip.
It'll be out for $299 on March 3rd. As seen in its previous reveal video, the system is a tablet-sized device that can be docked to your TV, allowing you to play it at home or take it on the go. The controllers slide off the sides of the tablet, and you can turn them sideways to mimic more traditional game controllers for two people. The idea there is that you might want to play some Mario Kart with some stranger you meet on a bus or plane, but in my experience, that Player 2 controller isn't so great when you turn it on its side, so I'm not sure how well that'll work out. The company announced more games as well, but the day one lineup is looking pretty underwhelming. Hopefully some of the gaps between that and the Mario game planned for release this holiday get filled in. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's earnings season, and video game companies are reporting their various profits and or losses. Exciting, right? Actually, when companies go over their financials, they usually talk about their upcoming lineup, so Electronic Arts gave some interesting details this week. Most of the news is obvious, like I don't need a financial call to know that EA is going to make another Madden, or another NHL. But they're also developing a new NBA Live, which is only news because those games have been abysmal. The company will also develop a third UFC game. Hopefully it'll be more exciting than the last one. The big guns come in the form of a sequel to Star Wars Battlefront, which is planning for this holiday season. Unlike the previous game, this multiplayer shooter will also contain some kind of single-player campaign. There's also a new Need for Speed on the way, but it's got a wide window. Could be out this holiday, might be out sometime next year. Either way, they're saying it looks great. Because of course they would. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. This week I'm lost in Nioh, a difficult action-adventure game from Team Ninja, the studio best known for Ninja Gaiden and Dead or Alive. This game takes a lot of direct inspiration from the Dark Souls franchise, so that difficulty is to be expected. But this isn't just some simple clone. Nioh has a lot of loot, so rather than pining for one specific piece of armor or a new weapon or two, enemies drop all kinds of stuff when you cut them down. So it has that Diablo-like feel of comparing stats and bonuses to ensure that you're building the character that you want to play. It also has a really wide variety of combat moves to unlock, assign, and master, so you can focus on parries and nimble attacks, or just armor up, block incoming attacks, and respond in kind. It can be pretty complicated, but Nioh seems really rewarding so far. I'm looking forward to playing more of it. It's out right now on PlayStation 4. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. This week's big new release is Ubisoft's For Honor, which is available on PS4, Xbox One, and PC. It's a melee-focused multiplayer game that pulls in some concepts and rules from first-person shooters, but instead pits Vikings against knights against samurais. What? It's a video game. They can make that make sense if they want, okay? The multiplayer modes vary, but most of the game seems to be built around a point control mode that mirrors concepts seen in popular shooters like Call of Duty or Titanfall. But since this is focused on up-close combat, headshots are replaced with careful combat that requires you to skillfully block and parry incoming attacks, find an opening, and cram a sword or an axe right through it. It's different. It also seems kind of cool. A lot of multiplayer games come and go these days, and it'll be interesting to see if For Honor can maintain a healthy player base in the months ahead. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Lately, I've been obsessing over the next PlayStation 4 release from Guerrilla Games. It's called Horizon Zero Dawn, and it's in stores next week. The game has a few things in common with other open-world games, like Far Cry 3, for example, but it has a feel all its own, thanks to some interesting mechanics and some fantastic world building. You play as a girl named Aloy in a tribal world where spears and bows are used to fight and hunt twisted-looking robotic animals. While things start off fairly simply, digging into what lies beneath this strange society is where things get really interesting. It tells a really great story along the way. Horizon is a fascinating mix of ancient weapons and futuristic technology that actually makes a great deal of sense by the end of the story. It also has a handful of fun combat options that make stripping those robot cats and deer down for spare parts an engaging pastime. If you want to know more, come on over and read my full review on GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. By the time you hear this, the Nintendo Switch will be on store shelves. That's Nintendo's next game platform, a hybrid device that works on your TV, but is actually a tablet-style device that you can pick up and take with you wherever you go. It's officially out on March 3rd for $299. There are neat ideas around the Switch, like removable controllers that mean you're always ready for a two-player game. But it seems a little half-baked. Like those controllers don't feel great, meaning you'll probably want to shell out an additional $70 for a Pro controller. The accessory prices are high, and the software lineup is pretty light. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is the big game here, with smaller games like Snipper Clips also standing out. Even though Zelda sounds like it's poised to be a Game of the Year contender, there isn't much else worth playing just yet. Wait and see how the software develops and maybe make a move down the line. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
There's a new hero.
While a lot of the talk about the launch of Nintendo's Switch has been focused on annoying controller issues, expensive peripherals, and how the cartridges taste, everyone is still talking about the amazing new Legend of Zelda game, Breath of the Wild. It's out now on the Switch and the Wii U. The last few Zelda games have stuck too closely to the blueprints laid out by amazing games like Ocarina of Time. That formula has gone stale, and Nintendo has thrown all that out in favor of a game that doesn't hold your hand and sets you loose in a huge world full of possibility. Open-world games aren't exactly new, but Nintendo's take on it feels fresh and has you doing things that other games simply don't do. It's also difficult, and trust that you're smart enough to figure it out. It's very refreshing. The Switch version's nice, but the Wii U version is totally fine too. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Something's always gonna go wrong, but we're still the Pathfinder team. People are counting on us for answers.
Mass Effect Andromeda is out this week on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. It's the fourth Mass Effect game, and one that sets up shop in a new galaxy with all new characters hundreds of years after the events of the previous game. Sounds like it's got potential. After being disappointed with Mass Effect 3, I was of two minds with this new one. On one hand, the clean break gives Andromeda the chance to stand on its own and form a new story in a rich universe. On the other hand, the writing has only been getting worse as the years have worn on, and Andromeda doesn't turn things around. The characters are flat, and the story isn't much better, and the various changes made to combat haven't drawn me back in. Add to that an incredibly buggy release full of animation glitches and quest problems, and you've got a game that I'd probably recommend you skip. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
It doesn't matter who you are, only what you will become.
Are you ready for more Destiny? Bungie's online shooter proved to be popular when it was released back in 2014, but it's been a very bumpy road between then and now. There were content updates, but more of them missed than hit. Still, the core action of moving from planet to planet and shooting everything in your way felt great, and that carried it a long way. But we're at the end of the road for Destiny, with its final live event now up and running. This, of course, clears the way for Destiny 2, which the developer has started teasing ahead of a likely September release. Details on the new game are sparse, but it's known that your characters and progression from the previous game won't carry over, which is sort of a bummer. Still, if the sequel can right what was wrong with the previous game, that'll probably be a small price to pay. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's been over 20 years since the release of Parappa the Rapper on the original PlayStation, and Sony has finally gotten everything together and released a proper remastered version of it on the PlayStation 4. Parappa isn't the first, but it is one of the most recognized early examples of the rhythm game genre. Along with games like Beatmania and Dance Dance Revolution, this style of game would eventually lead to massive hits like Guitar Hero and Rock Band. I've had a soft spot for Parappa since 1996. That said, the gameplay hasn't aged particularly well. You time button presses to mimic the on-screen rhymes, causing Parappa to, rap. But there's no feedback to tell you what you're doing wrong, and the timing feels a little too tight. It turns a fun story with an impressive style into a bit of a slog. Still, if this re-release eventually leads to Sony doing more, and hopefully more modern Parappa games down the line, I'm all for it. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Don't you hate it when you stumble into a store, buy a game, get it home, pop it in, and immediately realize it's just not for you?
No, the game sucks. Let's play Hungry Hungry Hippos.
Store return policies haven't really let you do anything about that for decades now. But the tide is starting to turn on digital purchases. Steam, the PC's dominant storefront, has allowed players to get their money back on those gaming lemons for some time now, and it looks like the Xbox is next in line. Microsoft is piloting a program that allows users to get their money back on digital purchases, provided they've owned it for less than 2 weeks and have played it for less than 2 hours. That lines up pretty closely with Steam's policy. It's not widely available yet, but assuming it rolls out intact, this should help you out in the fight against awful games, provided you figure out that it's bad within the first 2 hours, of course. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Activision's announced this year's Call of Duty game, and the company is taking things back to where the series started with a game titled Call of Duty World War II. I guess all the other names were already taken. The franchise trended into more contemporary theaters back in 2007 with Modern Warfare. Once the current conflicts were all used up, they started creeping further and further into the future, leading to last year's game Infinite Warfare, most of which was set in space. A growing portion of the fan base has gotten bored with all the cool lasers and jump jets, which, to be fair, had worn out their welcome. Though still wildly popular, the game hasn't felt truly vital in some time. Will 2017 be the year they get it all back? Hard to say. They're mostly talking about the campaign, which is rarely the most interesting part. They're also teasing yet another zombies mode, so it certainly sounds like they're doing what they always do, despite the change of scenery. We'll know for sure when the game launches this November. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. For the past few weeks, I've been hooked on a PC game called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It's currently for sale in an unfinished state, meaning the developers are still bolting on new features and fixes while also selling like 2 million copies. Even in that state, it's already an unbelievable amount of fun. It plays out a bit like the film Battle Royale or The Hunger Games. 100 players are dropped onto an island, completely unarmed. From there, you need to scavenge up some guns, ammo, first aid kits, armor, crowbars, cars, pretty much whatever you can find to give yourself an advantage over the next guy. Then you just need to survive. Easy, right? The island is huge, but the safe area gets tighter and tighter over time, forcing survivors together in a really smart way. You can play it alone or team up and fight other teams. Both are pretty great in their own way. I don't normally recommend people check out games before they're done, but this one's already got a lot going for it. Give it a look. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The Prey franchise has something of a difficult reputation. The first game took forever from announcement to release, and the second game was announced, shown off at trade shows, and subsequently killed. So now we have Prey, a completely different game than the previous one and the old canceled Prey 2. That's confusing, but once you get past that, this 2017 Prey seems kinda cool so far.
Once testing starts, there's no going back.
Prey's following in the footsteps of games like System Shock 2 and BioShock. This one has you play as a scientist on a space station where you'll unravel a fascinating sci-fi story while you whack spooky shapeshifters with a wrench and unlock more abilities that let you get around more easily or even take on some alien powers of your own. The combat feels clunky, but the music and tone of the game gives everything a nicely unsettling vibe that a lot of similar games lack. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Earth's defense is irreversibly compromised. Begin the countdown.
DC's superheroes and villains face off this week in Injustice 2, a fighting game from NetherRealm, the Chicago-based makers of Mortal Kombat. The game plays a bit like MK in spots, but uses a different control scheme that seems like it could be a bit friendlier for new players. The roster delivers heavy hitters like Batman, Superman, the Joker, and Wonder Woman, while also digging deeper for Gorilla Grodd, Captain Cold, Brainiac, and Sub-Zero? Yeah, if you get the makers of Mortal Kombat on board, it only makes sense that an MK fighter would eventually pop up. He'll be added in a paid post-release update. I've I've never been a big fan of superheroes, but I do like the way the Mortal Kombat crew puts its games together, so I ended up liking the first Injustice quite a bit. With new gear, new characters, and a new story to tell, Injustice 2 is looking like it could be pretty cool too. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Ubisoft is getting set to announce details on Far Cry 5. The franchise, which takes players to far-flung locales and sets them up in desperate survivalist situations against overwhelming odds, is making a bold choice by bringing the action to Montana. That's right, Far Cry, where the player takes back outposts, crafts ammo belts out of animal skins, and all that stuff, is coming to the US. I've seen a few glimpses of the game, and it's certainly got the potential to be something special. In the game, you'll have to rally the locals as you attempt to fight against an insidious religious cult that's become quite popular in the area. Doing the whole cults and militias thing lines up with what the franchise has been known for since Far Cry 3, though taking things to the US will undoubtedly prove to be a controversial decision, even though the franchise has been about blowing up real-world locations for a while now. Personally, the whole thing sounds like just the sort of shakeup that the long-running series needs. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
The best fights are personal.
Fighting games come and go all the time these days, but we're on a pretty good run of them lately. Injustice 2 and Guilty Gear Xrd Rev 2 are both out, and this week they're joined by the long-awaited console and PC release of Tekken 7. Like Injustice, Tekken 7 seems to be really good about pouring on the modes so that people of any skill level can find something worth doing. The story mode is a really rewarding culmination of some of the franchise's best-known stories, like who threw who into a volcano, and which insidious corporation is behind the demon war that's currently tearing the planet apart. You know, fighting game stuff. It also has the standard suite of online and offline modes, some really good character customization, and a practice mode that could be better at showing you the ropes. Street Fighter's Akuma makes a guest appearance too, and he fits in surprisingly well. All in all, it's a pretty solid package. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. We've often wished for a Netflix for video games, something that'll let you play a ton of different games for one monthly fee. This week, the reality of that got a bit closer for Xbox and Switch players. Xbox owners can get the Xbox Game Pass for $10 a month. It currently has 100 games that you can download on an Xbox One. Many of these are 360 games, like Comic Jumper, Borderlands, and Age of Booty. But some slightly newer stuff like Mad Max and Halo 5 are also in there. It seems like a decent value so far. Nintendo detailed its online service for the Switch this week, and it sounds like they'll have some back catalog classics ready for subscribers next year. So far, they're only confirming Super Mario 3, Dr. Mario, and Balloon Fight. The rest of that online service sounds fairly unappealing, so we'll have to see how it shapes up. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Want to know more about the future of video games? You're in luck. By the time you hear this, I'll have been off to E3, the video game industry's annual trade show. It's sort of a fall preview, and we're expecting to see more of games like Super Mario Odyssey, God of War, Destiny 2, and way more. Microsoft will also deliver more details on the upgraded version of the Xbox that's scheduled to hit stores later this year. That box, codenamed Project Scorpio, will likely be the most powerful video game console to date, but that doesn't mean it's going to be more powerful than a well-built PC. It'll be fascinating to watch all these different gears turn and see not only what Microsoft has to say, but how the other manufacturers counter this news. Sony, for its part, will likely have a second wave of VR software to show alongside updates for all the games they announced at last year's show, which still haven't hit stores. For all the details, live analysis of the big announcements, and a ton of interviews with the gaming industry's finest minds, head on over to GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Microsoft has firmed up the timing and price point for the console previously known only as Project Scorpio. The new, more powerful Xbox One will be available on November 7th for $499. That's $100 higher than its closest competitor, Sony's PlayStation 4 Pro, but it also seems like the new box will be significantly more powerful, which should help for people with fancy new 4K TVs. They've decided to call it the Xbox One X, not to be confused with the Xbox One S, which is the base model of the console and is available for half the price. Having seen some games running on the X, I can say that they certainly look better, but as someone who also likes to play games on a PC, I already have a more powerful machine for gaming at my disposal. Still, more choice probably can't hurt, right? Just make sure you do a little research up front. The Xbox One X probably isn't going to be for everyone. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Remember last year's NES Classic? The tiny 8-bit Nintendo with built-in games that was pretty much impossible to find during the holidays? Remember how it was quickly yanked from shelves in a way that left a lot of people hanging, or even worse, overpaying for this thing on eBay? Well, get ready to do the dance all over again this year because Nintendo's back at it with the SNES Classic Edition. The tiny unit will play 16-bit games from the Super Nintendo this time out, including A Link to the Past, Super Mario World, Super Punch-Out, and both Star Fox games. Wait, what? Yeah, one of the 21 games will be Star Fox 2, a game that Nintendo developed and canceled back in the mid-90s. This will be the game's first official release, which is actually pretty exciting. It'll play 21 games in all, and if you want one on the September 29th release date, you might as well start waiting in line now, I guess. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's been a terrific year for video games so far, but if you're actually on the hunt for something new, the summer can be a bit of a slow time. That said, there are still interesting things hitting this summer, like Splatoon 2 and Fortnite in July. That standalone Uncharted side story is out in August, too. But the summer release I'm probably most looking forward to is the recently announced collaboration between Nintendo and Ubisoft called Mario & Rabbids Kingdom Battle. This Switch release takes Mario's crew and teams them up with Ubisoft's goofball rabbits, the Rabbids. The game itself? Oh, it's like a fun little take on XCOM. So you've got Mario hiding in half cover, poking out to take shots at chain chomps, slide tackling enemies, and so on. It's a weird mix of bright colors and actual strategy. But after playing a couple of missions of it recently, I kinda can't stop thinking about it. If the game's got depth, it could be a real winner when it lands on August 29th. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Virtual reality works, and the headsets on the market today are astoundingly impressive pieces of technology, but they haven't exactly taken the gaming world by storm. They often require you to dedicate a lot of open space to your VR setup. The games have probably been more missed than hits so far, and the whole package is really expensive. While the first two issues aren't likely to change anytime soon, Oculus is running a summer sale in an attempt to make the initial investment a little more palatable. They'll sell you a headset, 2 hand controllers, and the required sensors for $399. That puts it in the realm of, say, a new video game console, except that you'll also need a fairly powerful PC to take advantage of all this. We're in a weird spot with this stuff. The technology is amazing, but when it comes to actually recommending it for purchase, I might still suggest that people wait and see how the hardware and software continues to develop. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Splatoon 2 hits the Switch this week, and it's a fun online shooter. It's also given us a first glimpse at another piece of Nintendo's online strategy, or lack thereof. There's a new Nintendo Switch smartphone app out to handle that online strategy. Once connected, you can dig through a few menus that show your stats in Splatoon. You can also try to get people together into an online lobby and play with friends, which seems functional, if a little clunky. But this is also the only way you can voice chat. Yes, that's right. The Switch itself apparently can't handle voice chat, so Nintendo has offloaded it to your phone. And it's a terrible experience so far. The chat dies if your phone goes to sleep, or if you check your notifications, or try to check your email, or just about anything else. The whole thing seems ill-conceived at best, and in practice it's a total joke. You'd be better off using Discord if you're looking to voice chat with friends via your phone. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Last week we talked about Nintendo's poor excuse for an online service, but if you're not trying to party up and chat with friends, the game that launched alongside the service, Splatoon 2, is pretty great. It's a competitive shooter, but instead of focusing solely on stuff like shooting the opposing team, Splatoon's main mode is about marking territory. You literally paint the world with your team's color, and the team with the most territory at the end wins. So it takes the focus off of being a good shot and puts it onto some slightly higher level strategy. Getting kills in the opposing team becomes important because it prevents that player from claiming any territory for a little bit. And a collection of fun abilities let you build loadouts around your playstyle, giving you meaningful options. For something that seems a little frivolous out of the gate, Splatoon quickly reveals some real depth. The Wii U game was good, but new weapons and options make this sequel for the Switch even better. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Valve, the makers of Half-Life, finally announced a new game this week, but it's probably not what you were hoping for. In the midst of its annual Dota 2 tournament, the International, the company confirmed plans to develop a digital card game based on the Dota 2 rules and characters. The game, called Artifact, is due out on PC next year. We haven't seen much more than a totally information-free teaser video, but it sounds like the game will have lanes, just like Dota 2 does, and it's tempting to draw a lot of comparisons to Blizzard's popular Warcraft card game, Hearthstone. Of course, if you're one of the people who still feels like Valve is going to make Half-Life 3, any announcement that isn't that is just going to make you angry. So online reaction to the trailer has been, let's call it mixed? Yeah, mixed. Considering the popularity of Hearthstone and Dota 2 in the world of esports, it's not that surprising to see something like Artifact spring into existence. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
3 Persian invasions, 3 separate wars, and all these years later, no one has found it.
Though Uncharted 4 felt like it was finally going to close the book on the franchise, the developers at Naughty Dog have found one more little angle to tackle. That angle comes in the form of Uncharted: The Lost Legacy, which is out this week on PlayStation 4. The game was originally designed as an add-on for Uncharted 4, but instead this has been blown out into its own standalone game. This makes it longer than you'd expect out of an add-on, but not so long as the previous Uncharted. It turns out this tighter approach works in the game's favor, making for a brisk adventure that stars 2 side characters, Chloe from Uncharted 2 and Nadine from Uncharted 4. The unlikely duo bicker as they hunt treasures and gun down a whole lot of mercenaries. It's a good time for Uncharted fans, and this standalone side story is available now for $40. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. After a few years of rough times and effective expansions, Bungie is hitting the reset button this week with the release of Destiny 2 on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. The story this time around is that Destiny actually has a story. Rather than stringing together missions with a vague lore that mostly exists outside the game itself, Destiny 2 has missions that make sense and cutscenes that tie the whole thing together. That's an important step, even if the story itself is pretty plain. Of course, this shooter is more about grinding out better gear and showing off to your friends across various multiplayer challenges than it is about a singular campaign. And players of the first game will likely find that Destiny 2 is refined, but quite similar, especially if you stuck with the first game as they bolted on more things to do. Like its predecessor, Destiny 2 feels great, though some changes go down more smoothly than others. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Planet SR-388, the infamous home of a startling discovery.
Every time you think it might be time to put your 3DS away, Nintendo steps up with another new release. This week, it's Metroid: Samus Returns, a reimagining of the events of Metroid 2. That game was on the Game Boy back in 1991, and it was kind of lame. Samus Returns takes the objectives and basic concepts of that game, but puts them into a game that feels new, giving Samus interesting new abilities that let you counter enemy shots, finer aim controls, and more. We don't get a lot of classic side-scrolling Metroid games anymore, and many fans of the series only love it because of the somewhat more recent Metroid Prime games, which took these classic side-scrollers and turned them into first-person shooters. So it's nice to see another one of these in the classic style, especially one that's actually really great. If you've still got a 3DS handy, it's worth checking out. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games.
Capcom is taking another stab at fighting games this week with the release of Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite on PC, Xbox One, and PS4. This one falls into Capcom's Versus series of fighters, crossing a roster from a range of Capcom games with a group from Marvel's movies and comics. The Versus games are way more over the top than, say, Street Fighter V, so Ryu shoots fireballs that are as tall as he is, and the combat is set at an incredibly frantic pace. Half of a good match takes place in the air. It's quite a bit more complicated than Street Fighter V, which is maybe a little weird considering the Marvel characters might draw in a more casual crowd. Big fans of fighting games seem to be really enjoying the gameplay here, but bad-looking character models and a roster that feels a little less interesting than previous games in the series drag the whole thing down a bit. Watch some videos of high-level play though, it's really wild in motion. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. This week I've gotten completely hooked on SteamWorld Dig 2, which is out now on PC, Switch, PS4, and Vita. The first game was great, but perhaps a little too slight. This follow-up is meatier, but still laid back and pleasant. It's a side-scrolling action-adventure game that I've been describing as Mr. Driller meets Metroid. You're a little robot girl in search of the hero from the first game who's gone missing in the mines. You'll dig down, find loot, sell it for currency, buy upgrades, and find new toys to navigate parts of the world that were previously inaccessible. It's got a great look and an even better soundtrack. It's a big world full of mystery, but it still works as something you can return to in bits and pieces because even the simple act of digging deeper into the mines just feels good. I'm taking my time with this one. It's a great break from all the Destiny 2 I've been playing. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. It's been just about 4 years since Gran Turismo 6 was released on the PlayStation 3, and this week we finally get a full look at Gran Turismo Sport for the PS4. You'll notice that this driving game isn't called Gran Turismo 7, and that's with good reason. GT Sport takes a very different approach that may rub some fans of the series the wrong way. GT Sport is so much more serious than its predecessors. It feels like it's trying to chase an ultra-hardcore PC racing sim called iRacing, which takes things like sportsmanship into account to prevent the standard video game racing experience of everyone just slamming into each other because none of the cars are real. Races take place on a set schedule, and if you aren't online, GT Sport doesn't have very much to offer at all. If you want to get all esports about a racing game, GT Sport might be what you're after, but for most, I suspect, it'll end up being something of a disappointment. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. This week is the biggest week for video game releases all year, and everything's out on Friday. The biggest of the three is probably Super Mario Odyssey, a follow-up to the more open Mario games like Super Mario 64. It's a huge world full of wonder and surprise, as Mario uses his ghost hat to possess his enemies. We've played it, and it's awesome. 5 out of 5. The Wolfenstein franchise has always been about shooting Nazis and protecting the free world, but it finds itself feeling a bit more relevant these days with the release of Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus. This one's set in a timeline where the Nazis won the war and invaded America, and you need to, kill them. The previous game was amazing, and this one appears to be picking up where that one left off. Assassin's Creed goes to Egypt this year in AC Origins. The series is at a bumpy ride as of late, so this one's making more fundamental changes to the formula. I'm curious to see how that goes. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. You could trace the roots of Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus all the way back to 1981's Castle Wolfenstein, but the latest story from Machine Games has taken things in a dramatically different direction. Things pick up right where 2014's Wolfenstein left off. You're BJ Blazkowicz, it's the early 60s, and Nazis are occupying America. You're holed up in a stolen submarine from where you'll organize your resistance and strike back. This is all set against the social upheaval of the actual 60s. The story takes you to some incredibly strange locales and has you doing some really amazing things. As a story, The New Colossus is shocking without feeling like it's just trading in simple shock value. On the gameplay end, the combat in Wolfenstein doesn't quite click. It's satisfying in short bursts, but protracted combat sequences begin to feel like a real drag. Still, it's a ride worth taking. You have to see where this thing goes. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. A lot of the bigger franchises put out a new game every single year. As some of these games wear on, people start to wonder if perhaps some of them need a year off to think up some bigger, cooler stuff. Assassin's Creed did that, and this year's game is great. EA's Need for Speed also took last year off, but the results are, the exact opposite. Need for Speed Payback tries to tell a tale of revenge set against the backdrop of a fake Las Vegas and a whole lot of multidisciplinary racing. You'll drift, you'll hit jumps, you'll drag race, you'll take things off-road, you'll fight the cops, but none of it feels very good. It's an open-world game that doesn't make great use of its open world, as even the cop chases are on a set track. It's all backed up with a lame script and awful voice acting that doesn't work on any level. Maybe they needed 2 years off. This seems like the worst Need for Speed game of the last 5 years. Easy. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. After fumbling its longtime racing game series last week with Need for Speed Payback, Electronic Arts is back with another disappointing follow-up in the form of Star Wars Battlefront 2. This comes from the developers of the Battlefield games, which translates into a 40-player galactic battle mode where you mostly play as a variety of stormtroopers and rebels. It's a first-person shooter that you can occasionally come in as a vehicle, like a TIE fighter, or a hero character, like Darth Vader. Assuming you've spent enough time or extra money on enough crates to collect enough credits to unlock Darth in the first place. The whole player progression funnels through these stupid blind boxes, which sucks all the fun out of the action real fast. Separate from that, there's a single-player story mode now, but much of the story falls flat and the action isn't much better. At least it all looks great? Yeah, maybe skip this one. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. More trouble for Electronic Arts this week as it issues apologies and updates on issues with progression in its recent releases. Star Wars Battlefront 2 is up first. EA temporarily pulled the plug on microtransactions for that game, which all but required you to spend more than the initial $60 if you wanted to unlock characters like Darth Vader in a reasonable time frame. For now, the game remains a bit broken, and the microtransactions will return, quote, only after we've made changes to the game, unquote. I'll tell you, it'll take more than just fixing the progression to make that game worth its purchase price. Need for Speed Payback has similar issues, but with real money for virtual car parts instead of virtual lightsabers. EA is adjusting the rate of progression to make the game less reliant on those annoying real money transactions. Again, I don't know that the core game is good enough for this to widely sway opinions on it, but both games were pretty bad in their initial configuration. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Nintendo has finally released a new Animal Crossing game. Animal Crossing Pocket Camp is now available on iOS and Android devices. Watch out though, this isn't quite the same sort of low-key hang session that you might be expecting from the franchise. Pocket Camp gives you the responsibility of maintaining a campsite and attracting various animal friends who might want to hang out there. This isn't that different than the typical Animal Crossing experience of playing the mayor, but the tasks you'll take on get reduced down to a checklist, and you'll need to complete that list to get animals to visit. On top of that, the game adds visible timers and a paid currency, making it come off a lot more like other free-to-play phone games than some of Nintendo's previous phone stuff. It has the end result of making what used to be a pretty chill experience feel like a group of rigid tasks. They sucked all the fun out of Animal Crossing. It's a real bummer. Oh my. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. We're entering the final stretch for 2017, but we're still waiting on one last huge release. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, a multiplayer shooter that fans have been able to buy while it's still under development, absolutely exploded this year, selling over 20 million copies around the world. This month might be the developer's busiest since launch, as it plans to roll the game out on Xbox One and make major changes on the PC. The game's in the process of getting great new movement options, and a new desert map will be added to the game soon as well. These options will round out the game, which has 100 players jump out of a plane and gun each other down until only one player or team remains. It's a thrilling, tension-filled break from the Call of Duties and Battlefields that have dominated gaming for the last decade. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds joins the Xbox Game Preview program this week, meaning you can buy an unfinished version of the game on Xbox One for $30. This is pretty much the same way it was rolled out on the PC, with developers making a lot of updates to the game over the course of this year. The catch is that this Xbox One version might be a little too unfinished? Performance issues plague the game, which sees 100 players diving out of a plane and fighting until only one remains. That initial plane sequence runs abysmally, and any time where you get a large number of players in the same area, it runs in a way that makes it more difficult to actually aim your weapons or move around with any accuracy. This isn't so bad, considering you're buying an unfinished game. They'll need to keep working on it. But if you're wondering what all the hype has been about, I'm not so sure that this Xbox release will help you understand it any better. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. The video game industry usually gets off to a fairly slow start at the beginning of the year, though we'll see a few big names hitting stores this January. Capcom's latest Monster Hunter World, hits on the 26th. The series has been hugely popular in Japan, but has never quite broken through in North America. World represents the company's latest attempt to make the game easier to get into. Hopefully they won't alienate their existing fans along the way. Most Dragon Ball Z fighting games have been pretty awful over the years, but Dragon Ball FighterZ, this fighter with a Z, also out on the 26th, might actually buck that trend. It looks pretty cool. Season 3 of the beleaguered Street Fighter V hits on the 16th and brings with it an overhaul of existing characters and the eventual release of 6 new ones. They've been slowly getting this game back on track, so this might be an okay time to get back into it. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. Live trivia app HQ ended the year with another technical nightmare as the extremely popular game show on your phone continues to struggle with capacity. The live show, where players can answer trivia questions on their phone while a real-life human host keeps things moving, has blown up over the past several months, with their year-end games hitting 750,000 players. The idea is simple. The host shows up on your phone and takes you through a set of 12 questions. You tap the right answers, and if you make it to the end, you can win a cut of that day's prize. But sending synchronized live video to the hundreds of thousands of players trying to win has, thus far, been a real challenge for the game's developers. As much as I think Scott, the smiling face that hosts the show, does a great job of stretching when the show breaks around him, it's hard to care about the game when it almost never works. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com. Hey everyone, it's Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com, and I'm here with the latest from the world of video games. If you're starting to get confused about the number of different virtual reality headsets, well, HTC just announced another option for people looking to get virtual on their PC. The Vive Pro is an upgraded version of its existing Vive headset that spits clearer, higher resolution images at your eyes. If you've tried the existing Vive, you know that sometimes tiny text is impossible to read. This should help fix that. There will also be a wireless adapter sold separately, allowing you to play untethered. Try not to punch a hole in your walls while you're enjoying all this freedom. The adapter will also work with the existing Vive. The Vive Pro comes with built-in headphones, a redesigned strap for comfort, and a presumably higher price tag. We don't know how much it'll cost or when it'll be out, but it's almost certainly not going to be cheap. The existing Vive will remain on sale for at least the rest of 2018. For more news and reviews from the world of video games, find me at GiantBomb.com.